to tie the game up and possibly send this Blue Jays crowd into a frenzy. The 1-0 pitch. High fly ball. Left field. Arozarena watches it go. I love you, son.
I mean, it's just playing hard. I mean, maybe we can take a page out of their book and start getting to the net. For their goalie, it's like playing catch in the yard. I mean, I'm not happy. It's, guys are going to run me, and I'm going to try to stand up for myself. And like I said, I think we got to start going to the cage a little harder, make it harder for their goalies.
Your whole life, you never said one nice thing to me. That's because you're a screw-up.
Biden is a healthy scratch. Zibanejad out in front, score! Artemi Panarin!
We got one!
Season here at the Garden, they score.
Are you kidding me?
But fall to the Wild by the score of 3-1.
Home crap home.
Hansel is so hot right now.
Schaefer went to the net. Palmieri goes across for Duclair. Didn't get a lot on it. Schaefer scores! Matthew Schaefer.
I love this place. Let's go Islanders, baby!
So, Anthony, I got to ask you, how does that love affair going with Matthew Schaefer already so far?
I mean, the fans obviously already love him. They were chanting his name last night. And, what could you really say about this kid? I mean, we talked about it last week where, he said he was already exceeding, our expectations. And to do what he's doing right now is, it's incredible.
I know. And we're going to be talking, obviously, more about Matthew Schaefer in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Big Apple Hockey, where we are just buzzing about a lot of topics, not just about the New York teams, but all around the NHL right now. And, of course, we'll talk a little baseball later on in the show. But I, of course, am
Big
your host.
Baseball?
Yeah, a little bit of baseball. We'll always give our World Series picks. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of baseball, Phil. All right. Of course, I'm your host, Mark Williams, joined by the host of the Final Buzzer, Mr. John Filkowski.
Apparently, we're going baseball today. Yay. Can't wait to hear more about Shohei Ohtani, especially when Watch Mojo, whatever the hell it is, ranks him as the #1 greatest individual performance ever. God, stop glazing this guy.
Yeah, I know. They're kind of really stroking his ego if he was actually listening to him. But also the third member of our team from the Hockey News, Mr. Anthony LaRocco.
Yeah, not a huge baseball person, but obviously, Ohtani, what he did, the masterful pitching performance, 3 home runs, certainly impressive. But what's also impressive is Matthew Schaefer. So just my hockey.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be, like I said, lots to talk about Matthew Schaefer, but we're going to talk about something else in a moment. And let's go to the A block, where the A block is brought to you by SeatGeek. Use the promo code Big Apple Hockey for $20 off your first order. And there it is right there. And also Big Apple Hockey trucker hats and shirts are available. DP saying Schaefer has brought more juice as the #1 pick in few games than Laffy has in the last 5 years.
He ain't wrong.
He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong, kid. Well, that's also what happens when you decide to actually, play a guy and use him instead of just throwing him with less time than Colin Blackwell. So we're going to get more to that in a minute because, after all, Matthew Schaefer's got 2 goals at home. Do you know who's got 1 goal at home, Phil? The New York Rangers. The New York Rangers scored their first goal at home. They're 0-4, 3-0-1 on the road. Look at this scoring, breaking it down, 15-1. A guy that, look, we criticize the contract all the time. Can't criticize the play of Igor Shesterkin. Right now, he's leading the NHL in goals against and save percentage. And Phil, I'll flash the next 6 games in a minute. But the Rangers did have an impressive win in Montreal where they were down 2-0 early and then ended up winning that game in regulation, tying the game versus Toronto, losing in overtime. That's their only blemish on the road, losing an OT point. What are your takeaways on the New York Rangers week 2.
I mean, the Montreal win was gutsy. That was a gutsy win. I think they got outplayed in that game personally. And then, they come back with this. It just, I don't get how they lose like that to a Minnesota team that was missing Marco Rossi and Matt Zuccarello. Like, I don't understand it. I really don't. It's just, you can't score at all at home, but you can put up a 4 spot on the road. I don't get it. Like, what is it? This is why he's worth 11.5. Yeah. And for what? For what? To lose games 1-0, 2-1 because you can't score, because you overpaid a goalie by $3 million for what? To be able to build a nothing team around him. It's stupid. They should have never given him this contract when they had a clear-cut indication that the core was no good. You couldn't win with this. So why were you trying to run this back and now run back a lesser version? Because you just sent about 30 goals away to Anaheim from Chris Kreider. Your power play, which struggled last year, you sent probably like 10 to 15 power play goals away in Chris Kreider to Anaheim. I mean, I don't understand it. I really don't. You could talk about, he's worth it, he's worth this and that. No goaltender is worth that type of money. And no goaltender is worth building your entire team around, because you don't win. And again, the last time a team won where the goaltender was the entire focal point of their team was the 93 Canadiens. So that was 32 years ago now, going on 33. So, Zibanejad looks nice, but he's still not really producing a whole lot. JT Miller looks slow out there. He looks hurt still. Adam Fox had a nice start, but he's like, even with leading the NHL in goals by a defenseman, he's still kind of slowing down a bit. Vladislav Gavrikov looks okay. I mean, it just way too many players not living up to their contracts. It's a poorly constructed team. You have Carson Soucy in your lineup, which is bad enough as it is. I mean, the emergence of Matthew Robertson, I know it's a very small sample size, but if Matthew Robertson can keep Urho Vakanainen out of the lineup, I guess that's a win. But where is the bar? The bar is like here. Like, you can barely see the bar if that's what we're counting as our moral victories. Matthew Robertson getting into the lineup over Urho Vakanainen. I mean, this is not enough. Like, you could talk about the expected goals and all that other stuff. Expected goals don't mean shit unless there is a pedigree to fall back on, unless there's proven performance to fall back on with this team that says that, they'll bust through. They have the firepower to do it. No, it's like the stuff I'm hearing online with Lafreniere. Lafreniere's expected goals are through the roof. Well, that's great. Lafreniere has never produced like that at this level. Never. He has never given you any type of indication that those numbers are hopeful or not hopeful, but predicative. Because that's what these people claim they are. They're predicative. They can predict that the guys are going to come through and score. That's great. Where is he going to score? He hasn't. He had one decent year, and that wasn't even a great year, and he was playing with a guy that scored 120 points. It's, you know what? Enough is enough. And not only that, but his efforts have been lazy. They've been complacent. You don't even notice him. You don't notice him at all at times.
Phil, do you know who he's starting to remind you of? The first time around, Alexei Kovalev.
Yeah, and you know what? It's all the high danger chances are coming from guys who've never had 30-goal seasons. If the expected goals are coming from the fourth line, what does that tell you? This is why I cannot put all of this stock in analytics, because it doesn't tell you, one, who's taking the shot, two,
Bingo.
what type of shot it is, 3, did they get everything on that shot? You can say that you're expected to score from this. Okay. But goaltenders are also expected to stop at least 92% of shots in a game. So what happens? This is the irresistible force versus the immovable object. This is what this is. What gives? And if the Rangers aren't playing, I'm sorry, Madabo wasn't good on Saturday. He wasn't good on Saturday, and the Rangers took advantage of that, and rightfully so. You have to do that. But the Matthew Robertson goal, he saw that the whole way, and it still got through him. And it wasn't like it was Al McInnes in 1989 taking a 105-mile-an-hour shot with a Sherwood from 60 feet out that broke Patrick Waugh's hand in the Stanley Cup Finals. No. It's Matthew Robertson. Sorry, but you're not going to get these goals against better goaltenders. And look at what happens on Monday. They face Philip Gustafsson, one of the top, I would say maybe 5 to 10 best goalies in the league. And they score 1 goal. And he makes a bunch of really good saves, but they don't get to the middle enough after Panarin's goal. And that's what happens. You know what? You listen. Tell me that this team has enough firepower to go out there and score these goals against better goaltenders on a nightly basis. Well, I am trying to be so positive here, Johnny. I really am. But I can't help but think that they don't have enough. Will Cooley. Can you tell me that Will Cooley has been what we thought Will Cooley was going to be this year? Johnny, you've been on the Lappy train for 3 years now. Where is he? Where?
Yeah.
Playing better. Looked more like the Miko of old the other night. Where are the numbers? JT Miller, captain. You got to start dragging this team if you wanted to wear the C. Where are you? Artemi Panarin, great 4-point game and a goal. He got 5 points his last 2 games. But where was he after that goal? Where?
Yeah, that's what Artemi Panarin does.
It's not enough. I can't help but think that this team is closer to a lottery team. And I like the efforts. I really do like the efforts that they're coming out and playing with. Although Minnesota, I don't know what happened there. I don't. And yeah, I do agree with you. The power play. You got rid of Chris Kreider, gives you 30 goals, probably 15 on the power play. But yeah, no, you can't have a power play this stagnant that doesn't move around, doesn't generate chances. And Sheary doesn't belong on an NHL roster. Let's be real. Sheary doesn't belong on an NHL roster, and Cooley belongs probably on a third line. His best stretch last year was when he was playing with Kakko and Chytil, and he had that nice run. And then it allowed him to have a 20-goal, 40-point year. But you know what? They don't have the weapons, and that's why I can't get behind expected goals. Because if you don't have the talent to put the puck in the net, the puck is not going to go in the net, especially when Sam Carrick, Matt Rempe, and Adam Edstrom are the ones that are driving those numbers up.
Yeah. And look, before I turn it over to Anthony, I just need to get this one stat out because I don't want Anthony
Taylor Radish. That's what I think of Taylor Radish.
Because Anthony's going to be the more voice of reason for us right now. But on the other hand, like when you have a player that's playing, let me just get this, 17 minutes, 41 seconds, 18 minutes, and then 16 minutes, and 3 of the last 4 games. Oh, sorry. I read it the wrong way. 18 minutes in the last game. The only game that Connor Sheary played under 15 minutes, the Rangers won. Less Connor Sheary is more. That's the simple thing to add about with him. He shouldn't be playing that much. Sorry, Mike. This isn't your guy. But, yeah, they got no power play. Anthony, what are your takeaways on the Rangers week 2? Because
you missed the joke, Mark.
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, because I was on the other thing.
He said last year they have no balls. Now they have no PP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. All right. That's a good one. Anthony, so Are we overreacting? Could you still say it's early, or is it starting to kind of get early out here?
Of course, you could still say of course you could say it's still early, but I think the issue is for the Rangers, even though it's early, it's a lot of these same points and same issues that we've been laying out for a while now. So that's the thing. Yes, it's early in the season, but these issues that plague them have been going on for a decent amount of time here. And look, Mark, we said it before we came on the air. Right now, they're 28th in goals for. Their offense is anemic right now. And for me, when I look at it, the problem is how are they going to come out of it? Like, who's going to score the goals for them? I mean, you have Artemi Panarin. We know about him. He's a great offensive player, an elite talent, but he certainly has his work ethic issues. And kind of disappears at stretches when the game gets physical. Zibanejad, obviously he's been up and down, over the last couple of years here, especially last year. And then, you have Lafreniere, and, Phil touched on him and said a lot of things that I was going to say. But, I mean, this is his 6th year in the league now. And his best season was, 57-point season? So, like, are you really expecting Lafreniere to just all of a sudden just become this first overall player that was expected to be at that level and just start filling the net? Honestly, no, I don't see it. So it's like, for me, right now they're getting outstanding goaltending from Igor Shesterkin. That's no doubt about that. He's been great. He deserves better. When you look at his numbers, almost like a DeGrom situation, right? When he was on the Mets.
Lou's actually right here. He is such a passenger.
Yeah,
why don't we play passenger by Deftones every time Lafreniere is on the ice?
I mean, for me right now, what's concerning if I was a Ranger fan is that, if Shesterkin's game bottles out, which usually happens at some point during the year, then you're talking, and if they're still not scoring goals at that point, then things could get really ugly. So, again, still really early. The Rangers do obviously have talented players on their team. It's just, are they going to start playing up to their potential and start scoring goals at home and winning games at home? I mean, kind of cliche, but they say, to be a playoff team, you have to be able to win on your home ice. And, right now their showings on home ice haven't translated to win. So that needs to change. But again, the biggest culprit for me, honestly, is Lafreniere. I think this is a guy that, Arthur Staple, had his tweet earlier about the Rangers, Islanders, and Devils, and for his Rangers ones, when he's talking about Lafreniere, saying, 6 years in, it's starting to come to the point when you say that it's just not there with this player. And that's where I think the Rangers are getting dangerously close to. Another poor year, another, 35 to 45-point season from him, let's just say this year, whatever. And now you're at the point where going into 7th season, what would be his value? Could you really cash in on him at that point? And I don't know if you can. So again, still a lot of time to obviously start getting wins and scoring goals, but right now I see a team that's being held up by their goaltender.
Yeah,
100%. And look, the pantheon of players that have played well in this team, very, very small. You have Shesterkin, who's playing well. Fox and Gavrikov, who are bringing it. There has been an emergence with Matthew Robertson, which finally, after so many years, after he was drafted, he was almost akin to Bigfoot. But you look at this team right now. I mean, hey, nice job. Panarin showed up 5 points in his last 2 games, scored the only goal in MSG. And you look at like Zibanejad afterwards, like he looks completely lost. Like he's just out of ideas. He had the first goal the other night against Montreal and didn't really celebrate it all that much. It was all about business. Try to get back to even. They were down 2-0 at the time.
He looked great the other night.
He looked good. But then they get home and then they're squeezing sawdust out of it. Yeah, but then they get home, and right now they're almost trying too hard. This home thing is now in their heads. They better win the next game 10-0 to try to get it out, but it doesn't matter. They right now are so tentative at home that you thought they would relax and beat a team that couldn't score 5-on-5. By the way, all the goals that they had were at even strength. This is the Wild, that is. And the Rangers got their one goal at even strength as well, actually. So you're talking about just a team that's completely lost right now. This is the players. And again, I'll go back to the players because I think Mike Sullivan's doing a good job. He has not exactly got an all-star roster over there. Let's be honest. Their second and third lines are completely invisible. Just and stop with the Connor Sheary stuff. He's got to go. And I knew they'd miss Vinny Trocheck. I just didn't know they would miss Vinny Trocheck this much. But this team, it can't be this. And while you sit back and you go, well, you know what? They're unbeaten on the road. That home, you got to win at home. Every team wins at home. Nobody is outplayed this much. And the shot total, the time of attack, it was all in Minnesota's favor. The fact that they lost the game 3-1 with an empty netter is what it is.
Now, please.
Bring up somebody to change the attitude in the locker room. That's what Matt Rampy is able to do. That's what Brett Berard's able to do. They're so stagnant. They're stagnant on their bench. They're stagnant on the ice, especially on the power play. You got to change it up.
Power play's too stationary. They don't move around enough.
No, they don't. No. And it's one of those things. And as Raymond's saying right there, you can't make the playoffs just being a road team. I mean, road teams, they tend to be more successful, but they at least still win at home.
Here's what I don't get. You're not married to Connor Sheary. You brought him in on a PTO. You gave him a league minimum deal. He's obviously not effective in any role. He's not really a fourth liner. Why don't you bring Berard up and put him on the third line? The guy can skate. What is Sheary doing that Berard can't at this point?
Sullivan's boy.
It's a Nepo contract. That's all it is. It's a Nepo contract.
Well, and for that matter, there's too much nepotism on this team and in this organization.
Yeah, exactly, Evan. They're not married to Connor Sheary, but Mike Sullivan's daughter is.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't have exactly bad things to say about his play. He's been okay. He's got 2 assists. But let's be honest about this. If we're worried about Connor Sheary, that's bad.
Yes,
that's very bad.
Agreed. And that's why I said before, if Matthew Robertson is, making this team is what we're celebrating over, then the bar is almost in hell. It practically is in hell. But again, you need guys that can score goals. They don't have guys that can score. Gabe Perreault is not ready. Don't even bring him anywhere near this roster. Let him develop. Let him not worry about anything.
And secondly, Phil, and Anthony was with us on this too. We were beating the drum for this last year. Why a trade for Igor should have happened. The Stanley Cup window was slammed shut. And it was slammed shut first off by the players.
Yeah,
they decided to revolt.
Right, it's McAvoy. It's not Sheary.
Yeah. They decided to revolt, and look what happened. And now they're not even a playoff team. They're closer to a lottery team, as you said before, Phil. The other thing is now you're wedded to Shesterkin, who you're going to burn at least 2 years of this contract, if not 3, on a rebuilding team, and they should rebuild. You acquire JT Miller, so now you're wedded to him as well. You got Adam Fox, who you do want to keep, and they got Gavrikov for the next 7 years. And you got dead weight, like, sorry to say it, I know he's trying harder. Mika Zibanejad adds dead weight.
I don't think they can make it.
No, they're not.
They're
not. They're not better than New Jersey. They're not better than Columbus. We need to stop kidding ourselves. This is the thing. The Ranger fans want to look around. I'll point out the line from Rounders yet again. If you can't find the sucker at the table, you are the sucker. That's the Rangers. And wait until they go through the Metro. Here are their next 6 games, guys. here in the next 6 games. You got San Jose. You better win that one. Can you score 2 goals at home? Maybe. Because after all, I know who could score 2 goals in his home arena. Matthew Schaefer. He's 18. So then you go to the west coast of Canada. No, thanks, Johnny. But then you go through the west coast of Canada. Calgary, they're right now in dire straits. More about them later.
They're last in the league in goals for. So these 2 games right here, San Jose, Calgary, those need to be wins.
Yeah, those absolutely need to be wins. I mean, Edmonton, maybe you could beat. All right, listen, I was there at the Edmonton game, and they were really good defensively. They were actually the better team in that game, like by far. Like they had tons of chances, and because they were a little gripping the stick a little too tight, they just couldn't score. I thought they were a better team against Edmonton. Vancouver, I think they can beat. Seattle, I think they can beat. Carolina, I don't see them beating Carolina, especially at home when they can't score. No, actually, hold on. No, that wasn't the contracts. The comment I was looking for. It was actually this one from Johnny. Genuine question for me and you, Mark. Are you at least having more fun watching this team? All right.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice to see them skate hard on a nightly basis. I thought those couple of games against Washington and Edmonton were just going to be like a couple of one-offs where they didn't skate hard after that. The Minnesota game, I think they got outplayed in, spent too much time in their own zone in that game. And I think you could agree on that with me. And Johnny, by the way, says no disrespect to Anthony, of course. Just
Anthony's having fun watching them right now because they can't score.
But it's just they can't score. And while it's nice to watch the effort, you get the sense that they cannot put the puck in and they just don't have the talent to do it. And it's frustrating. It really is. And I'm not going to lie to you, the Giants frustrated me more than anything over the last 5 days.
Well, so Evan actually is saying there is the connection with Sherry and the apparently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sullivan's got 2 daughters.
Yeah, Sullivan's got 2 daughters. Then okay. No, you know what? I could see this being a year where the Rangers could finish in dead last, and they would still not get McKenna. They'd still rig it and send him somewhere else.
Well, I think we can also safely assume that the Rangers, especially under this management, they would get Gavin McKenna, put him on the 5th line, and they would have him trained with Jed Ortmeyer and Tanner Glass, which now, guys, I'm on the train too. They got to go as well. And they would find a way to screw up Gavin McKenna because you did it with Kakko and Lafreniere. I mean, why wouldn't you do it with Gavin McKenna?
If they were to somehow do that, you just fold this entire organization.
You can't fold the entire organization. Jim Dolan still believes in Chris Drury.
Entire organization, or you somehow invoke a relegation clause where they get relegated to the AHL. Because if you screw up a generational prospect like that, then you don't deserve to be there. Everybody,
you got to understand, Phil. I mean, he's got to earn his ice time. So,
hey, Mark,
guys,
I have to jump in.
Oh my God! If Laz and Colby came on this show, that would be the biggest shit show of an episode I've ever seen, because the chirps from Colby to Laz, while Laz is going tooth and nail with me about Shesterkin or some other issue, would just be incredible.
All right.
It would be pure comedy gold.
Speaking about chirps, Anthony had one more for us, and we got to get onto the Islanders because
it wasn't a chirp. It was just saying I don't. When you're talking about like messing up McKenna, and Phil said he's generational, which he may be, and he's right. But I was going to say there's a difference. Mark, you always reference they screwed up Lafreniere, and maybe there's truth to that. But McKenna is much higher prospect than Lafreniere was. I don't think if the Rangers got McKenna, they would be able to mess him up because he is that type of talent. And if you remember, I said this from the beginning with Lafreniere. Like right off the bat, young players that came into the league, even an 18-year-old Jack Hughes, like when you watched him, you said to yourself, "Oh wow, his skating jumps off the page at you." You know, his puck skills, his skating looks dynamic, and even though he was very raw, you could tell he was super talented. When Laf came to the NHL, what did he do that popped off the page to you as elite? His skating wasn't good. I mean, every now and then he had kind of like a flashy toe drag, but he didn't do anything that you were like, wow, this is an elite talent player. So him and Gavin McKenna, if the Rangers were so lucky to get him, they would not mess him up. He would do what Matthew Schaefer's doing right now. He would jump right into the lineup and be dynamic.
Well, again,
at the end of the day, just wasn't that skilled.
Again, the locker room would have to change a lot in order for that to happen. Because I just got the feeling that the locker room was like, this is the way it is. You're going to sit back and relax and you're going to take it, kid. And they said it to it was the same thing with Kakko, because after all, developing Ryan Strome mattered so much more than Kakko.
Wait, no, hold on. I don't think the Islanders can win the draft lottery again for a second year in a row.
I think it's 3 years, isn't it?
It's 3 years. You can't win.
Okay, I thought it was 2 years in a row that you couldn't win the draft lottery.
Yeah, I think it's over 2 years, but still,
listen. I agree with what Johnny's saying here.
Yeah,
the mess up was that Lafreniere was not put in an optimal position. And I've said this literally verbatim so many times. You have to put your prospects and your young players in optimal positions to succeed. That's why Detroit has done so well with guys like Lucas Raymond and Moritz Seider and Simon Edmondson. They put
Ottawa.
In Ottawa, Kachuk, Stutzla, Sanderson. They've all been put in optimal positions to succeed in the right roles. But at the same time, what did Lafreniere do to earn any of that? And
no, but you don't invest again. Look, we're going to be on the hamster wheel again. You got to invest in your number 1 and number 2 overall draft picks, or they should have traded down, which they should have. Let's be honest about that one. Imagine if they were in the middle of the pack.
Right, though. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like it's you got to be able to force your way there. Like it's like the John Cena line from Basic Thugonomics. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel me. Like they didn't earn it, and but again, it goes both ways. Johnny's not wrong. Evan's not wrong here. They're both right. And the Rangers just have not been able to find a balance. My biggest gripe with all of this is that, again, I'll say it again, precursor, Glass and Ortmeyer are not bad at their jobs because they were NHL-level plugs. They're bad at their jobs because they've been there for the better part of a decade, and they have nothing to show for what they've done. Why are they here? Why have we not gone in a different direction when we have enough of a sample size to say, hey, these guys aren't good at this? The results aren't there. How long can you be bad at your job and still have it?
And let me just say this, Phil, when it goes to scouting on top of that, when you're seeing former players go elsewhere and not succeed, that's a big problem too. It means you're not even drafting well, never mind developing. You're not even getting the right guys in there. Because I'll tell you one thing that's promising about that last game on there, Keandre Miller is back to Keandre Miller. 2 giveaways the other night, and they both led to goals.
Thank God they didn't give him that contract. Oh.
All right. Let's go to the team that we're all positive about right now. And that's the New York Islanders. They won their 3rd straight, and Matthew Schaefer, yet again, goal and an assist. 7 points on the season, 2 goals, 5 assists, and 7 points, most among rookies. And as Anthony told me before we went on, he's right behind Cale Makar for defenseman scoring. Schaefer became the 2nd rookie defenseman in NHL history to score a point in his first 6 games. Who'd have thought Marek Zidlicki would be the guy that would be right there? Former New York Islander and former Rangers prospect, by the way. So, Anthony, I'm going to go right to you because we're gushing about him. We did it last week. We're going to do it again because now it's upgraded. It's Matthew Schaefer, the best rookie in the NHL.
I mean, he just turned 18 in September, and he only played 17 games last year due to an injury. So, I mean, I'm going to say a resounding yes on this. He's we already touched on this last week, but he's already their best defenseman, clearly. He's playing in all situations. He's playing on the penalty kill. He's quarterbacking the power play. His zone exits are outrageous. He's doing everything right, and he doesn't seem overwhelmed at all while doing it. This is a guy that, again, because he only played 17 games last year, I thought that they would bring him along slowly, and I thought maybe he would kind of struggle. But no, he's not, and he's playing confident. Like he's a kid that's booming with confidence. You saw in his post-game interview last time with Shannon Hogan, he kind of like grabbed the microphone and he's like, "Let's go Islanders, baby! Love this place." And like,
I saw that.
He's just got so much personality too. He's all I can say is the Islanders got a gem. To do what he's doing, 7 points in 6 games, only 1 point behind Cale Makar in Colorado for all of defenseman scoring in the NHL. It's just I don't think any Islander fan could have predicted this start for him. So I just feel as though the Islanders they lucked out, right? Because they weren't a good team last year, but for the majority of the team, they were a bubble team, and somehow they get the first overall pick, and now they have this cornerstone to build around on defense. And last thing about Schaefer, kind of before I go, just touch on the rest of the team is that last year, if you remember, a lot of the discourse around the draft is that there was no like Connor Bedard or Macklin Celebrini in that year's draft, and it was close between Misa and Schaefer. I think if Schaefer wasn't limited to just 17 games, like if he played the whole year,
he would have been the consensus.
Yes, there would have been a much more sample size, and I think his skill and his ability would have shown through even more, and there wouldn't even been a debate because that's how he's playing right now in the NHL. That he was a clear step above anybody else, and that he was the right guy to draft. Now, as far as the rest of the team, Bo Horvat woke up. Last show I said Horvat and Barzal need to be better. Horvat has 7 points in 6 games. Matt Barzal has 5 points in 6 games. Jonathan Drouin missed 1 game suspension, but he's playing really well. Emil Heineman has 4 points in 6 games.
More on him later.
Yeah, Kyle Palmieri has 5 points in 6 games. So a lot of the guys in their top 6 woke up. So that's all great news. The negatives, their defense is hard. They're giving up too many shots. Even though they're up 3-2 at the end of that first period, Bo Horvat was basically just said in the interview that's unacceptable, how they played. And, it was true that San Jose got to the middle of the ice. And that's what's been going on majority of the year. Pelech and Polak. Pelech's been better the last couple of games. That's good. But just overall in general, Mayfield hasn't been good. Tony DeAngelo hasn't been good. Romanov's been out the last 2 games, which is unfortunate because he's probably their one other guy that you could be pretty much confident in when he's on the ice. So he's out, but their whole defense in general is just bad right now. And, it's not going to be sustainable. They're fun to watch, and it's kind of playing fast paced as opposed to years prior. But they need to button up their defense. I don't know how they're going to do it. They're going to kind of make tweaks to the system, but their defense needs to be a lot better. And then lastly, Sorokin. Last night was Sorokin's first game where he let less than 4 goals, and he needs to be better. There's no debate about that. He needs to be better. I think any Islander fan will say that. At the same time, heading into last night, he faced more high danger chances than any other goalie in the NHL. So I think he needs to be better. And I think a piece that kind of will lead into this is that Mark, I sent it earlier in our chat, but the Islanders relieved Piero Greco of his duties as goaltending coach, and they elevated Sergei Shamilov, who was the goaltending coach in Bridgeport, who, oddly enough, was Sorokin's goalie coach his last 2 years in the KHL. So I don't think there's any coincidence there who maybe voiced some displeasure there. I think Sorokin is going to be more comfortable with him. Maybe Greco is trying to get him to play a different style, and maybe that's why the results have been. He was adjusting his game, and it didn't work for him. So I think, with Namioff now as goalie coach here, I think that will only help Sorokin. So, yeah, after three losses, they rattle up 3 wins, so now they're at 500. And for me, and for them, this should be a fresh start now. They're at 500, try to win a couple more games. But, yeah, right now Schaefer's powering them with their other top guys, Horvat and Barzal, kind of right behind him. So we'll see what this next week brings.
Anthony, just a real quick note. What was Mitch Korn's final year with the New York Islanders?
I think he's been gone for 2 years now, I think.
So 23-24 was his last year?
Somewhere, 2 or 3. I just know he hasn't been involved in a couple.
There's a noticeable drop in Sorokin's play from 23-24, just statistically speaking, where 22-23, 2.34 goals against, and a 924 save percentage. Since then, 909 has been his highest. So maybe the goaltending change is something that the Islanders could really need with him, because we all agree.
Yeah,
Ilya Sorokin's way too talented for that.
Yeah, he's way too good. He has not been himself. I think a goaltending coaching change will actually help, especially with a familiar face. The one thing that I have, and I was going to pose this as a question to you, the one question that I have is how much of this defensive deficiency, and we've seen this in Colorado as well with Waugh, is how much of this can be attributed to Patrick Waugh. Because, I mean, in both places that he has been, the defense, even when they were winning that first year in Colorado with him, the defense was kind of questionable with him. I don't think this guy, I think he's like Bruce Boudreau light. Like, he'll get you to score, but he can't coach defense worth a lick, if you ask me. And I just want to see from your perspective, like what you're seeing, Anthony. Is a systematic thing? Is it the players just not responding to the way that he wants them to play defense? Like, what's going on with that?
I think it's a fair point. I think when Trotz left, Lane Lambert tried to play an extension of Trotz's system, but I mean, no one can do it as well as Trotz, and it just kind of didn't work. And then when Watt took over in the middle of the year, not to cause too much confusion, he pretty much left it. But last year in his first full year, I think he put his stamp on it, and it's just it's much different. It's not all about defense first. It's more freewheeling, and the other part of it that goes into it too is I think Halleck and Pollock have slowed down, so naturally I think that's going to affect the defensive output that they're putting out. Mayfield, while for a guy his size was never a bad skater. Again, he's getting a little older. He's slowing down, and just some of these guys have a lot of wear and tear on their bodies. So I think it's partly Waugh. I think partly it's personnel. I think they need more skaters who are fleet of foot, like Tony DeAngelo. I mean, he's good offensively, but he's still not
terrible in his own zone.
He's still not the greatest. Well, but he's still not also a burner by any means. He's not the best skater either. So they don't. I mean, they have obviously Schaefer, but the only other guy with any kind of foot speed on the team is Romanov. So I just think they need more guys that can transition and skate the puck. Like I would like to see Isaiah George called up and give him a shot, because some of these guys right now just aren't cutting it. But that's just my kind of take on it.
Yeah, and I do have to say I agree with you on that. Isaiah George impressed last year, so he's one of those guys that you kind of could point to and go bring him up. Especially how much are you really going to get with Adam Boquist? I mean, is he really going to be somebody that's going to be there long term?
He's not bad. I mean, he stepped in with Romanov out, and he's actually a little better because he's a little bit of a puck mover. Again, still not the fastest skater, but he's certainly a lot better skater than Pollock, Mayfield, and even DeAngelo. So I don't mind him being in, but just overall their defense isn't very fast. But Matthew Schaefer is, so thankfully he is there.
Yeah. And again,
I just want to talk about Schaefer because I didn't even get to do so well before because we were so wrapped up in the whole conversation about defense. But this kid is just something else. And one of the comments before said, I can't wait to see what Schaefer is like when he fills out, because you got to remember this. I mean, what is he? Maybe 190 right now. Like he's not me. he's somewhat pretty thin. And I think that there is just so much potential in a kid that could skate like this at 6'2", 6'3", and that still just hasn't filled out yet. And, with the strength that he's going to add on, I think his shot will improve too. That was one of the things that I was kind of I'm not saying I was low on it or I thought it was a detriment to him, but his shooting, he didn't like come off to me as like somebody that had a big cannon from the point, or a guy that had a crazy fast wrist shot, but his shots improved a little bit. It'll improve with time and strength and training and everything like that. But I mean, when you see an 18-year-old, a guy that's barely 18, just skating through NHL caliber players left and right, and he's the focal point of a team's offense as a rookie. Maybe there is a sophomore slump a little bit, but I still think there's an incredible future with this kid because he has he's got everything in spades. And not only that, but he's super likable. He's got a personality that just draws people to him. The NHL needs more personalities like a guy like him, especially for a team like the Islanders that has been overlooked for so many years just because, they're always thought of, the other New York team. No, when you have a guy like that can come along and he's, super cheerful and he's doing Ovechkin-like things and he's saying these things in interviews and he's funny and you just see he's a real person, people are going to connect to someone like that. Even me as a Ranger fan, you don't think that I would trade the fucking world for him right now? I'd do it in a heartbeat. And I wouldn't think twice about it. And even if I had to punt the next 2 to 3 years, you know what? At least I have a franchise defenseman that's fun to watch, to build around. So you know what? This kid's great. The Islanders have stumbled into a gem. Yes, it's early and the sample size is small. But even if he slows down and he's not a point-per-game guy, I could still see him scoring 50 points this year. Think about this. He's got, 7 points in 6 games?
Yeah.
Okay. So he needs another 43 points in the next 76 games. You think that's not possible from a kid that's playing as well as he's playing right now? A kid that's going to probably end up logging 23 minutes per game by the time the season ends? Yeah, I'll take that. That's a sucker bet. I'll definitely take that. If he doesn't finish with 50 or more points, I'd be floored.
Yeah, and this is also where the interview process comes into it when you're evaluating, because it's clear that he's already dealt with enough adversity in his life and he's still able to be very positive. This is where, unfortunately, the personal tragedy that he's had to deal with and the way his family is all together on this and friends, I think this really shows Matthew Schaefer was the clear number one, because his talent is off the charts and he's so positive right now. I think when there is a negative, he'll still find a way to still be positive. He won't give that Mika Zibanejad interview to reference just one player in general right now. And I mean, Aitchison's another break personality. I keep talking about him as well. That Islander fans in the next 2-3 years, Anthony, just get ready to enjoy it. I mean, I know you've already said it. Reinforcements are coming, but it's just, you guys are going to be a hell of an organization for a long time. The Islanders, I mean, not specifically you anyway, but still. But Schaefer has been so good and he's just scratching the surface. You can't wait to see what the next chapter is going to be. And by the way, right now, go ahead, grab the mic, get the fans behind you, get all this positive momentum. Because the great thing about momentum is if it just keeps on building and building and building, it's you end up becoming an unstoppable force. So that is the end of our A block for right now. But
actually, hold on. Let me just before we move on.
Okay, there we go.
Answer this. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I remember when the Islanders signed him out of Michigan after his season ended for Michigan, and I believe he was the captain of the Wolverines. If you remember, Lou was always big on signing guys that had histories of being leaders. elsewhere in the NCAA. But defenseman came out of Michigan. He's been in Bridgeport the last, I think, 2 years now, and he's off to a good start in Bridgeport. He's got five points in 4 games. He stood out in training camp. So the only thing with him is he plays the left side. Yes, in Wicked saying this, he's from Lauren Hollow, Long Island. So he actually grew up an Islander fan, but he plays the left side. The right side is where the Islanders kind of really need help on, because on the left you have Schaefer, Romanov, and Pelech. So I don't know if Warren coming up is in the cards, but I mean, his play in Bridgeport is certainly encouraging. And from all accounts, he's a guy that moves well, and he plays a sturdy game defensively, and clearly offensively he's off to a good start in Bridgeport. So not sure about the sustainability of it, but yeah, I mean, he looks like he could be a pretty good defenseman down the road, a serviceable guy, but I don't think you're going to see him in the NHL this year because the left side is a lot stronger than the right side.
Guys, we got a little bit sidetracked. I forgot to actually answer the question that I posed. Anthony, The season ended right now. Matthew Schaefer, the Calder Trophy winner?
Yeah.
I mean, for my money, you have to. I mean, right now he's hanging with Cale Makar for defense scoring. Forget about rookies. So, and again, because of his age, how young he is, and doing this as a defenseman,
yeah, get the damn hoop. Evan even said it before. Like he's not only in the Calder conversation right now. Yes, it's early, but he's also in the Norris conversation right now.
Right now,
like it's just.
Does a bear?
Does a bear shit in the woods?
Well, you know what? Because you still got the people that'll say Ivan Demidov. Snuggerud is actually looking pretty good.
Demidov has like 4 points.
Yeah, and you've seen good Demidov and bad Demidov.
Schaefer is a point per game defenseman right now. In what world is Demidov going to get that over Schaefer? And the Calder has been awarded to players that are not on playoff teams. Just remember that. It's not like the Norris or the Vezina or the Hart. Like, it gets awarded to players that are not on playoff teams.
Yeah. And also 22 minutes of ice time on average for Matthew Schaefer. 22 minutes of ice time for Matthew Schaefer. It's one of those things that are you at all worried when he's going to hit the wall, Anthony, or you think that's not going to be a problem at all?
I mean, eventually for especially a young kid like him, I'm sure there's going to be a point, this is going to be the longest season he's played. And there's going to be stuff he has to do to learn to be a pro, his workout habits, nutrition and all that stuff. But honestly, he's such a high character guy. And I think he's going to always do the right things to try to make sure his body's feeling the best possibly can. And the Islanders also will notice it if they can notice a visible drop in his game. I'm sure they would kind of maybe rein it back a little bit on the minutes. But for now, there's no reins on him. I mean, he's playing at such a high level. They're just going to let his talent take over and do what he does, and that's what you're seeing right now.
22 minutes and 7 seconds per game in ice time so far.
That is insane.
And for a rookie, I mean, that's just, D. Ely, if you're asking if a Rod Langway is going to win the Norris Trophy, no, that's not going to happen. We haven't had a guy like Rod Langway win it since Rod Langway, and he won it in back-to-back years and didn't even score 40 points in those years. So
we've been petitioning trying to get the Rod Langway award.
Yeah, I think there needs to be one. Absolutely needs to be one.
Yeah.
But,
and a matter of fact, maybe that's a future video. We'll talk about that in a minute, Filk. But everybody, let's go do some NHL Bar Talk, where we'll talk about some of the players that we even were talking about before. And a prominent NHL star came home this week to his former home. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Shot. This is the easiest I've ever had to answer.
I'm going to say beer. I can't even begin to describe.
I'm actually going to go crazy. I'm going to buy everybody around on this one. And welcome back, everybody, to Big Apple Hockey's Bar Talk, where we gauge our confidence in NHL topics based on our choice of drink. So confidently buying around, so still have a beer. Or, oh God, I need a shot. That's the way I feel every time I watch the Rangers whenever they play at MSG. And by the way, since it is Bar Talk, go down to Boss Croakers for Wing Wednesday, where you have 40-cent wings, $2 tacos, $4 Bell Lights, and Yang Wings. Not necessarily hoop time, but we're going to work on that. Hopefully there's fewer hoops. But this one might get it there with the hoop right away. All right. Recent reports saying that Brennan Othmann is generating interest from GMs around the NHL after the Rangers have sent him down. It's now year 4 since he's been drafted. And got to wonder whether or not he's got a place with the New York Rangers in the organization. Phil, the New York Rangers should trade Brennan Othmann for another change of scenery prospect.
Beer. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to work here. But does that really help? I mean, you're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle here and get another type of prospect that's in a similar situation. And then what are you left with? You're left with someone that you don't know as opposed to the devil that you do know. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't think he has a future here. I tell you that, and that's why it's beer as opposed to shot. But it's beer as opposed to round because what exactly are you getting back?
Mm-hmm.
Like what are they gonna go get for someone like him? I don't know what I see there. I think I would rather move him in a deal for like NHL help like right now. Obviously he's not returning that on his own. So please, like, let me be clear in saying that I don't think he's returning that on his own, but it just where's the path here? I don't see it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Anthony, what do you think?
Jury's spitting the third pair of defenseman wheel in the war room right now. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Phil. I'm gonna go beer. Because what are you gonna really get right now? Change of scenery prospect. I mean, off the top of my head, could that be like a Fabian Lysell in Boston who didn't crack the roster? And
I think your hands on him.
Oddly enough, was drafted, I think, like 5 or 6 picks after Othmann. But yeah, could you maybe get a player like that, like similar draft year? Doesn't have to be the exact one, but drafted in the first, kind of stalled. Yeah, I mean that's a possibility. But you know, how many of those guys out there right now? I don't know. We're not GMs, but that's Drury's job. With that said, I mean, the Rangers eventually traded Krasov for William Lockwood. Who? Exactly.
Yeah, who?
So that's the thing. You don't. If Drury's going to do it, you don't want it to get to that point where his value is so far gone that you trade him for a nobody. Not that if that happened, it's not like it would be crippling to the Rangers. That's not what I'm saying. But you don't. Why even let it get to that point? So I guess if you're going to move him to the point where you could at least get a guy that maybe gives you a chance, like a similar guy, and maybe blossoms here. Don't let it get too far gone. So I'll stick with beer, but again, you know, don't wait forever to do it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go with round on this one only because, yeah, I think you need to do it. You need to do it quick. He's getting passed by. Yeah, he's getting passed by on other Ranger prospects. I did like the way he played in the preseason outside of the major penalty he took, which was inexcusable. But
the offense just wasn't there.
Yeah, the offense wasn't there. I mean, he had a good snipe on the power play. That was the one that was against Rittich, but he was on a screen. That was a goal that you could argue I could have scored. But on the other hand, just you gotta move on from him. I originally threw out there the idea of getting Matthew Pontras from Boston, maybe not Fabian Lysell, but I mean, yeah, because I always look at the Rangers and go, they need centers because after all, this organization has been awful at developing centers since God knows when. Maybe in my lifetime. They don't develop centers. Every center they could have developed.
You guys saw this, but breaking news. It's not major, but for Anthony, Pierre Engvall will miss the remainder of the season after undergoing ankle surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a minute.
Thanks for the 4 more years left on that deal, Lou.
Yeah, this is actually. Hold on, I got a phone call right now. Yeah, all right, I'll put it up. This is from Patrick Waugh. He just set all the balloons up. After all, find you somebody you love as much as Patrick Waugh dislikes Pierre Engvall. I mean,
Stephen Pappas actually made, because I see Firestorm's comment. I'll just try to do this real quick. But Stephen Pappas, who writes about the Rangers, New York Rangers radio, and he tweeted, there have been 42 forwards drafted first overall in NHL history. Lafreniere ranks 38th in points per game out of those 42. Yikes.
Yeah. Speaking about players that need a change of scenery, because I think it's time.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you signed a 7-year deal with him.
I think he's gone by. If he doesn't produce this year, I think it's either the deadline or sometime in July he's gone.
Well, again, I still have I have questions on that locker room, because how is it there's been so much prosperity and yet so much disintegration on this franchise? But that's for a different topic. Let's move on. Let's talk about a guy that is scoring. Emil Heineman has 3 goals in 6 games for the New York Islanders, and he was the guy that they got back in the Noah Dobson trade, who, by the way, I didn't mention this before, Matthew Schaefer already has more even strength points than Noah Dobson this season. So he's proving to be better there. Anthony.
9.5 looks real good in Montreal right now.
Yeah, exactly. Anthony, Emil Heineman will score 20 goals for the New York Islanders this season.
So he's got 4 points in 6 games. Obviously, 3 of those goals. He's getting the opportunity to play with Horvat and Drouin, their top line. And I'm going to say round, not necessarily for that stat line I just laid out this year, but last year in Montreal, he scored 10 goals in 62 games in his first full year in the NHL, playing in the bottom 6. So 10 goals in 62 games in the bottom 6 roles is pretty good. I mean, this year in an elevated role playing with the top line, after watching him, I think he's got the ability to do it. He's got a good shot. He's a big body. He goes to the net. He's been a pleasant surprise so far. So I don't think he's ever going to be anything special, but I think he could be a 20, 40-point guy, in the right situation. And right now, he's earning it. I was beating the drum. You got to give Shabanov a chance there, and that because he's more skilled. But he has an element to that line where he's a big body. He retrieves pucks for Drouin and Horvat, and he's got a good shot. So that line is working right now. And I think as long as he stays healthy and he stays on that line, I think he's going to be in a situation where, he could possibly do that. So,
Phil, is Emil Heineman a 20-goal scorer?
I mean, I'm kind of with Evan Beer just because it could be a hot start. We'll see. I mean, we've seen lines go through ridiculously hot starts that played well and then tailed off. Like, I always look back at the Fly line in 01-02 and the way that they played from like the end of October through like the end of, I would say, middle of December after the Mark Smith concussion from Eric Lindros in San Jose on that West Coast trip. It could be. I mean, he's certainly a talented player. It's not like he's, he wasn't a second-round pick for no reason. But I mean, I have my concerns. I have my doubts. But 3 goals in 6 games so far is nice. It's obviously a 40-goal pace. That I don't think is happening. The only thing I would say is when I look at Heineman, he is shooting at a 33.3% right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously going to fall, like significantly. So it's early. I don't think he's going to convert anywhere close to that level. I'm not even sure he converts at 15% by the end.
What was his, out of curiosity, what was his shooting percentage last year when he had the 10 and 62?
I can give you that in a second. Let's see here. It was 15.6. That was in 62 games with 64 shots on goal. Again, that's very high. I would imagine he probably finishes less with less than the 15.6 that he had. I don't remember exactly who he was playing with last year. I would imagine it was not all great line mates because he was playing 11-24 per game. Now he's up to 13-21, and that number's even kind of skewed because of his recent play with that top line. But I mean, listen, 20 goals is possible. Again, 3 goals in 6 games. That means you got 76 games left to score, 17 more goals? It's possible. It's possible, especially if he stays on that line. That should be possible. I just don't know what he's going to convert at going forward. And I don't know if this line will continue to have that same type of chemistry. Lines can have a few good games together and then they can fall off. And then, the coach tries something different. It's like John Tortorella. He would change around lines like underwear when they weren't doing, when they weren't doing well. So I listen, I don't know what Patrick Roy is going to do. I'll say beer. It's definitely not impossible, but I can't say for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to go beer on it too. Everything you two just outlined is right there. I saw him with that shot in the preseason. I think it was against the Devils. Cal Ritchie, I think, had the goal that set him up for that. He's got a shot. And you know what? It's definitely could beat NHL goaltenders. He just has to get himself in the right situations. He could probably notch 20. He's already on a good step towards it. Let's see if it continues. One guy that we know could beat NHL goaltenders is Jack Hughes. He had a hat trick last night against the Toronto Maple Leafs. 6 goals, 3 assists on the season. And if he's healthy, that's going to be a key factor because Jack Hughes will notch his first 100-point season. Filk.
Again, I'm going to go beer, and it's not because of the talent. It has nothing to do with the talent, skill. If he gets hit, he gets hurt. He is frail, and he is injury prone. So, if he gets hit like good, which it's hard to do. I'm not saying it's easy to do. It is hard. He's very shifty. He's very fast. Talent's through the roof. It's just because of his health. Yeah.
Yeah. So is this like under the pretense that he plays the whole season? Like, or are you just like,
are we?
He has to score 100 points, guys.
I know that, but I mean,
are you saying health is a consideration in this thing?
Health is definitely a consideration in there.
All right, health is consideration. Then yeah, I'm only going to go beer. If this is provided that he's healthy, I would have gone to round.
Yes.
But just too injury prone for my liking. But he is like he's modern day Marian Gaborik. Like if he's in there, 90 plus points. If he gives you 75 games, you're getting 90 plus points. If he plays 60, you're probably getting 75 to 80. So that's the thing. I mean, if he can play a full 80, he's gonna score 100. But that's the question. That's the issue.
Yeah, Anthony. So are you going to go beer as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think this isn't the case of talent. I mean, I think he already had about a 99-point season.
99, yeah.
99, yeah.
I mean, when the guy's on the ice, he's phenomenal. So it's not about that. But being that you want us to, take into consideration, health and everything, I just thought you were talking like kind of like, given he plays the whole season, in that case, I would have my answer would be a resounding round. But if we actually have to take that into consideration, then yeah, it's a beer. But I mean, he looks absolutely phenomenal so far this season. He's one of the reasons why the Devils are a wagon right now. He's great.
Yeah, they also started off hot last year and cooled off significantly. I think his best season was that 99-point season. It's obviously true, but the year with Lindy Ruff, he looked the best. I don't even think he's flying right now. I think he just looks okay, looks good. But until he answers the questions about health, and he can't do that until he really plays the full season, it's a beer, and he's gonna have to do that. And look, prove us all wrong, Jack. It's all right. Prove us all wrong. Everybody will shut up. He's frustrated enough hearing about his health. Just go out and go do it. Lots of great players have had health questions going into even this late in their careers. Which one?
No, D. Ely's comment here. I mean, yeah, they started off hot and then they cooled off because they got hurt. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's happened in the last 2 seasons? That's happened?
Yeah, because then first off, you take your top offensive center out and you use your matchup center as then the top offensive center, then his role changes as well. I mean,
I continue to say you build down the middle because center is the most important position. Just like a quarterback in football, center is the premium position.
Yeah, because look, you could build defense and goaltending, but you need to get the offense, and that's why you need centers. Because again, centers control the play. But Jack just needs to get out there and play, and until he plays 80 games, I think all of us would just answer this a beer, and it's that simple. Speaking about a guy that's not having fun, take this quote from Anthony Stolarz. It's not fun. I don't like having a 225-pound guys weighing on me. Hopefully it's a lesson here. He came out and said this to the media, and reportedly Anthony Stolarz said this in the locker room as well. So, guys, and Anthony, I'll start with you on this. Anthony Stolarz is right to publicly rip his Leafs teammates.
I'm going to say round. I'm worried for this Leafs team. They're 3-3-1, and to me, they're just vanilla right now. Like what? And the biggest concern is, outside of Nylander, Nyes, Matthews, Tavares, the four of them have been great this year. I mean, Tavares has like 9 points in 7 games. Nylander's got like 13 points in 7 games. He's playing really well. Matthews 6 points in 7 games. Obviously for a guy like him, maybe you'd want to be more just because he's viewed upon as one of the best players in the league. But he's playing well. But then after that, like where are they going to get from their forwards? Max Domi has 1 point in 7 games. 1 point in 7 games. I mean, Kalle Järnkrok, Bobby McMahon, Matthias Michelli, who they acquired from Utah. I think we all agree we like him as a player. He's good, but he's struggling. He's not producing. So, after their 4, and I hate to use the term again because Marner's gone, but after their now big 4, Nyes, Nylander, Matthews, Tavares, look at the rest of their forwards. I mean, where are they going to get
the issue I had
scoring from? And then not only that, but you can also point to their defense again. I mean, their defense as a whole isn't great. And then, Stolarz just got that big deal. He performed well last year. And again, I know it's early, but he's sub 900 in his save percentage. Their backup, Caden Primo, right now, same thing, sub 900. But yeah, I don't know. I think this, out of the last couple of years, I think this Leafs team is one of the weakest we've seen. I don't know about them.
Philk, go right ahead. Was he right to publicly rip his teammates?
Beer, yes and no. Like MYR for Life was saying, would have done it behind closed doors.
Which he did, supposedly.
He did. And that's been the word, is that he did. And now he's gone public with it. And, he's pissed off. And you know what? If he got to that point and he did it publicly after saying a lot behind the scenes, then yeah, I think he is right to do it. I personally still wouldn't have done it. That's just my way. I would have yelled the fuck at them. I would have screamed my head off at them for it. I mean, Morgan Riley, Kleenex soft. He's baby shit soft. Simone Benoit. It's another one that's not really a tough, real tough guy. Tanev plays a tough game, but hurt. Jake McCabe and Brandon Carlo are two of the big boys that you depend on for that. Alvin Ekman-Larsson, does he play in a circular rink? Because there are times where I just see him and he doesn't want to go into the corners and make physical contact. And that's been a thing for Ekman-Larsson for years, going back to his time in Arizona. So, I listen. They tried to rebuild this team to a tougher, more playoff ready type team. But the problem is that you got rid of Mitch Marner and you don't have the big bad Scott Stevens type or the Jacob Trouba, Radko Gudas type to really make guys think twice about, one, going to the front of the net, and two, cutting across that blue line going east-west. You don't have that. And if you don't have that, then your goaltenders are going to continue to get ran over. At least with Shesterkin, when Trouba was there for the traffic cone that he was, you knew that every once in a while he was going to take someone's head off and they were going to think twice about it, whether it was Timo Meier or Andreas Athanasiou or Jujhar Khaira or whoever the hell it was. I mean, he did that. So in Toronto, yeah, Anthony Stolarz is right to get on top of this because it's been an issue for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It is not just it's not just because the players keep running into him. It's because the defense is soft. They're softer than toilet paper. That's the problem. And Toronto, if they want to get to that next level, they're going to need one more grit, but they're going to need to find a way to bring in a guy to help out that core four, if you want to call them that now, that big four. So I don't want to get too off topic about the Leafs in terms of their success, but this soft issue, this lack of grit and toughness has been an issue for, we're talking about close to 20 years now. Like, even when, like, Sundin and Tucker were still there, like, they were still perceived as a relatively soft team outside of guys like Tucker or, some of their fourth liners. Their defense was what? Tomas Kaberle? Mm. Yeah, he was a real banger back there. No offense to Tomas Kaberle. Great puck mover. Good point producer. But where is the toughness here? And it's been missing for a long, long time.
Yeah, and I think that's where he's right to do this. And look, I listened to Steve Alquette's comments on this, and I've kind of cooled a little bit. I still think he's right to do this. He needed to go out. He needed to rip his teammates a new one. Let them know, guys, this isn't good enough. I had Sam Bennett elbow me in the head last year, and whether or not that was the injury that drove him out of the playoffs or not, that's a different story. To the public, it looked like it. And again, I'm basing my comment off some of the comments that have been coming around about it. And I understand the Maple Leafs that they're like, oh, there's the Toronto Maple Leafs. Well, they're not exactly like a dirty organization. Well, I guess you're going to have to get your hands dirty a little bit in order to win a Stanley Cup. And it looks like maybe they're not ready to do that. You see this with almost every story. Hell, the Prestige had a whole bit about needing to get your hands dirty. And look, the Maple Leafs, they're going to have to figure out how to do this without Mitch Marner. And this is a cautionary tale to some teams that may have like a left wing, for instance, that might be a free agent at the end of the season. It was a bit soft, maybe you need to think about what you might do with them. You think about that sooner than later, not at the last minute. And, just if I'm Stolarz, he's the one guy I would actually say come out and go ahead, rip the teammates. But by the way, the teammates are allowed to react because there's that saying, and you guys would agree with me on this. If you're going, boys, but you guys would agree with me. You got the goalie that's talking shit in the locker room. Maybe I'm not willing to block a shot for him. Right? All right. Let's talk about a team that did put a feather in their cap last night, the Utah Mammoth, not the Utah Hockey Club, the Utah Mammoth. They're currently third in the Central after beating Colorado Avalanche 4-3 in overtime. And Phil, we'll start with you on this one. Utah will finish in the top 3 of the Central Division.
I've been looking forward to it for years. I've been talking every year. I keep saying this is going to be the year that Utah finally makes it, and they're finally, there. Maybe it is this year. I like what I see so far. They're battling. That's the biggest thing for me. They're battling in games. Is Nick Schmaltz going to continue to score at a over point per game pace? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, but Dylan Gunther's got 4 goals, 6 points in 7 games. Clayton Keller, 2 goals, 9 points in 7 games. Schmaltz, 4 goals, 6 assists, 10 points in 7 games. I'm waiting for JJ Peterka to finally break out. I'm waiting for Logan Cooley, who's had a slow start. Mikhail Sergachev, slow start. I want to see more from Barrett Hayden, but they're battling in games. And I like what I've seen so far. So I'm going to go round on this. I know I'm probably going to end up regretting saying that just because knowing me, any of my predictions always fall to shit, but that's another story. But you lose to Colorado 2-1, and then you play them in the season opener, and then you play them again, and you beat them 4-3 in overtime. Gutsy win against Nashville. They lose to Chicago, and you're like, what's going on? But then they rattle off 4 in a row against Calgary, who can't score, San Jose, who's the bottom of the league, a Bruins team that is playing surprisingly well, and then an Avalanche team that's pretty damn good. So for me, I like what I see with this Utah team. Their schedule coming up on the road the next 4, and they've got this is going to really show what they have, what the type of stones that they have. St. Louis, Minnesota, Winnipeg, and Edmonton, and then they come back home for Tampa Bay if you want to go to a 5th game. So and then after that, they got Buffalo, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa. So this stretch of the next 10 games, I think you're really going to know what you have in Utah by the time that stretch ends.
So, Anthony, do you think Utah will be a top 3 team in the Central?
I want to see them do it, but, for me, Colorado and Winnipeg, I'm confidently going to say they're going to finish ahead of them. So, those 2 teams. The 3rd team, like right now, Dallas is struggling. So, can I really say they're going to finish ahead of the Dallas Stars? I mean, I don't know about that. And then you have to consider, the Wild are solid, the Blues are solid. Obviously, I think they're going to be better than the Blackhawks, Predators. But for me, it's the Stars. I mean, I still think the Stars are a good hockey team. They're just having some struggles early on. So because I have the Avs and Jets as kind of like the undisputed 1 and 2, and then the Stars are still there, I gotta say shot, because I don't think they're going to be better than Dallas.
By the way, it's the first time our shot glass has actually appeared today. So, and he's kind of really peeved that he wasn't in. I really want to say round. I really do, because I've been trying to boost this team up. We did talk about whether or not Tournier is going to be fired by Christmas, because you can't get too far behind. And right now they're starting to get on a roll. But I got to go beer on this one. The hard part about them, because the division that they play in is so tough. But here's the thing. When you play in Murderer's Row, when one of the big tough guys is kind of weak, then you can pounce. And right now, Dallas is weak. We're going to talk more about them in the pick'em segment in a minute. But there's that feeling with that maybe their chance is right there. And I thought going into this season, St. Louis was just going to keep on going, picking up right where they left off. They haven't so far. Rob Thomas has not started off that well. I mean, they're in a playoff position as we speak, but we're only 6 games in. The Blues could be playing a whole lot better. But Winnipeg, they're looking pretty good. Jonathan Taves is fitting right in. Scored his first goal as a Winnipeg Jet the other night. The Avs look great. We're going to talk about them more in a minute. So then that does leave that third spot because those two are definitely going to make it. Who's going to get the third spot? It could be the Blues. I disagree that I don't think it's going to be the Wild. I don't think the Wild are built right. I think they're too power play heavy, and that's part of the problem that I have with them.
That defense in Minnesota is good, man. They might have the best. They might have the best 6 unit in the NHL. You have Brodin, Faber, Spurgeon, and you added Boyum to those guys, and now their power play, which is tops in the league. Yeah, I agree with you. They might be too power play heavy, but you added Zeev Boyum to an already really good Minnesota defense. I think that I think their defense is good enough. It's just whether or not they can go get some more. And you have Jacob Middleton on that who's really good on a third pairing, and David Juracek, who looks like he's. I know that he's not the same as he was as a prospect, but he's playing well for them. So.
And their goaltending, Gustafsson and Wallstat are going to be pretty good. But it's just where are the goals? Where are the goals coming from? Outside of people named Kaprizov, Boldy. I mean, Eriksson Ek might get a good amount in there. So we're gonna have to see, and I'm gonna have to see it from Minnesota because I think they're a borderline playoff team. But that's the thing. The Utah's got to be better than Minnesota in order to fit what I'm saying. Because the hard part is when you look over and go, oh, you just missed, you could take a step back and take a step back pretty bad. One team that took a step back was the Calgary Flames. They are 1-6 to begin the season. Dustin Wolf, who was one of my keepers, has actually got some pretty good numbers given what he's dealing with in Calgary. But 96 points last season. They lost on tiebreakers to St. Louis to try to make the playoffs. Anthony, going to go to you on this one because it don't look good right now. Calgary will finish dead last in the Pacific. And if you're dead last in the Pacific, chances are you're dead last in the West and possibly the NHL.
I mean, I think contenders for the dead last in the Pacific. You have San Jose, you have Calgary. Anaheim looks to be a lot better this year. They have a lot of young talent that's up and coming. They look pretty good, so I don't think it will be them. Seattle has surprised early on. They're not. Seattle doesn't excite me, but I like them better than Calgary. So for me, this comes down to Calgary and San Jose. And the way I look at it is for Calgary's best young players, Zane Parekh, Dustin Wolf, Matt Coronado, are they good enough to keep them ahead of San Jose and their young players? And I'm going to say no. I like Will Smith, Celebrini, Eklund, Dickinson. Meeson may go back to junior. I don't know if he's going to stay there a whole year, but right now he is there. I like, even though San Jose doesn't have a win, I like that better than Calgary's young players, to be honest, because Calgary's vets don't do it for me anymore. Kadri, Huberdeau, Backlund. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go. He's not the goalie though. That's the thing. You know what? I'll go round. I'll say Calgary finishes dead last. San Jose is ahead of them.
Philk, Calgary gonna finish dead last.
I'm looking at this roster, and the sad part is they have 3 goal scorers with 2 goals that are tied for the team lead. You want to take a guess on who those 3 players are?
3 goal scorers with
with 2 goals.
Lead. Matt Coronado.
Matt Coronado is one.
Okay.
Blake Coleman.
Blake Coleman is actually one of them.
Okay. So then we have
Kadri then, right?
No.
Huberdeau?
No. He has
No.
1 goal in 2 games, but he is not.
Connor Zary?
No.
Because there's got to be somebody we're not thinking of. And that's why I'm like, I don't want to say it. Like,
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're going to get this. No.
Who do you got, Phil?
Rasmus Anderson.
Oh,
Benson,
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the Rangers have Panarin with 2, Fox with 3, Zibanejad with 2, Miller with 2. And that's their guys. But nobody on that team aside from those 3 has more than 2 goals. And Huberdeau was injured, so he just got back. But it's hard for me to, like, on paper, Calgary have more talent than San Jose. San Jose has younger talent, which I like a lot. I love Celebrini. I think he's going to have a big year. I know that he's got 6 points in 6 games, and he's just a tremendous two-way talent at only 19 years old. But here's the issue that I have. Orlov is their number 2 scorer with 5 assists in 6 games, no goals. Will Smith, 4 assists, 6 games, no goals. Jeff Skinner is their leading goal scorer with 3 goals. And aside from Celebrini and Skinner, they have 2 other players with 2 or more goals. Tyler Toffoli and Adam Gaudette. If that's where your scoring is coming from, that tells me that you're going to have a long season. So I'm going to go Beer just because if things go wrong for Calgary, it could happen. But San Jose doesn't have a lot of talent. Like, I know Anthony was higher on them and could see them, doing a little more damage because of the young core guys. D. Ely, by the way, Morrow is playing in the AHL right now. He got sent back down, so you don't have to worry about that. If you're talking about Colin Graff from Quinnipiac, I'm not going to keep an eye on Colin Graff. He's got a goal and an assist in 5 games, and everybody wanted him, myself included, coming out of Quinnipiac. But he's a bottom 6 forward at best. Maybe he's a middle 6 guy, but Colin Graff is nothing to write home about at this point. Good player, but not special by any means. So I'm going to go, again, Beer, just because San Jose just doesn't have a lot of firepower overall. They have a few guys at the top where you're like, wow, these guys could be really good in the future, but they're still a few years away. Calgary is mired in a bad slump right now. And as much as we crap on Huberdeau for not living up to that contract that he got when Calgary traded for him, he's still a decent player. Like last year, Huberdeau, I think, had like 60 points for the first time in a Flames uniform, which I know it sounds funny, celebrating that as a victory almost. 62 points, 28 goals. But did you see his numbers the 2 years before?
What?
12 goals and 52 points in 81 games in 24. 15 goals and 55 points in 79 games in 23. Like, yeah, the 62 points is nice because it's the most he's had in 3 years prior to that. So, yeah, I think with Huberdeau being healthy, I think that'll help them. He's still one of their linchpins. Yes, Sharon Govich is a complete disappointment, especially for a guy that you thought was going to turn into a 30-goal scorer with some of the seasons he was having.
Mm-hmm.
But Calgary's got more talent overall in the team, and they've got Dustin Wolf. What does San Jose have that can compete with a guy that looked like that was a guy that could have won the Vezina last year with a little more help?
Yeah, because that's where I'm going to go to, Phil. I mean, when you look at the numbers of Alex Nedeljkovic, .890 save percentage, 3.69 goals against. and he's the better of the two goalies statistically right now.
Woof.
Wow.
Buzz.
838 save percentage and 572 for Yaroslav Askarov. Maybe you should not think about bench pressing the net and actually think about being the best at your game. I don't know whether or not Askarov is ever going to live up to the billing of the best goalie drafted since Carey Price, which happened back when his draft year was there. But, I mean, just, my goodness. I mean, this San Jose has got to answer the net. They got to figure out some things with their defense. But I think that's what's going to keep San Jose at the bottom. I agree with Anthony. I think San Jose is going to improve. I was expecting them to improve. But, man, their goaltenders are giving away goals. Askarov gave one away last week.
That's Askarov, David.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Askarov is the one that was traded away. So, I mean, with that, I think Calgary has a chance to right the ship. I still think there's better in San Jose, especially with Smith and Celebrini not only playing well, but also seeming like they're gelling off the ice too. So
that's why you don't see a lot of them go in the first round, D. It's the position that is valued the least out of all the positions in the NHL.
Because after all, we'll talk more about a goaltender that went in the first round that is now finally starting to look like he was worth that first round pick. We'll talk about him in a minute. But first, Anthony, you have a couple more minutes?
I got about 5 minutes.
All right, let's have a quick discussion. Because after all, last night, Brad Marchand went back to Boston for the first time since he was traded and becoming a Stanley Cup winner with the Florida Panthers. Obviously, he won one with the Boston Bruins. But my question is, thinking about the different comebacks and such like that, what was like one of your favorite player returns in NHL history? We'll start with you, Anthony.
Well, the most memorable one for me,
bless you.
Thank you. Was Tavares coming back to the island. That was quite the atmosphere in the building that night. The energy was palpable. Obviously, we all know about all the chants they busted out that night, and then obviously the Islanders got the better of the Leafs too on the scoreboard. But that one was pretty intense. Other than that, I guess Messier going back. That was an interesting one to see. But yeah, it's always nice when a player leaves on good terms like Marchand, and he got choked up with the tribute, and the fans were cheering for him. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, wow, it's hard to believe that Kane didn't play in Chicago at all until like last year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And Phil, one of the ones I always bring up is Eddie Jockman night.
Yeah,
obviously. But let me get more of your thoughts on that.
Mario, are we talking like a player just going back to like his old stomping grounds, or are we talking about a player coming back from like
you know what? I would say the player coming back to their old stomping grounds, but when you think about what Todd's saying right there, Mario's return,
that's probably one of the greatest.
Qualifies under that.
December of 2000, and Mario Lemieux coming back against the Toronto Maple Leafs. His first shift, gets an assist. And then he comes back and he gets a goal, and you're just like, this guy is not lost. And a fucking beat. Like, he's incredible. Like, and that was.
That one should be good.
Oh my God! Wow. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, Chris Kreider coming back to MSG is going to be. Yeah, he's going to get like 3 power play goals. That's definitely going to happen. The Tarasenko tribute. Eddie Jockman's is one that that might be the most legendary one, honestly.
Because that's done by the fans.
Yeah, the fans cheering for him over the team and booing the team for scoring on him is one of the craziest things you'll ever see.
Because, by the way, the anti-Eddie Jockman night, if you really think about it, is the John Tavares night.
Yeah.
Because the Islanders did the right thing by him. They did everything, but the jerseys and the urinals still something that That'll always stick out forever.
Yeah.
I see that snicker over there, Anthony. I saw you snickering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The snake, as he calls him. But yeah, for me, what I've seen, Messier coming back to the Garden in the 97-98 season and scoring on Richter on that breakaway. That was an interesting one. Messier got a lot of cheers for that. But yeah, I mean, the best one that I think I've probably seen is probably just the Mario one. And I mean, even in 92-93, when he came back from non-Hodgkins and he played his first game against Philly, and he scored, a goal and assist in that game, and the Philadelphia crowd even cheered him.
Mm-hmm.
That just, unbelievable.
To bring this up for baseball, as we're gonna hit a baseball topic on this in a minute. But I think about the Mike Piazza return, given the standing ovation from the Shea Stadium faithful, and then his second at bat cranks a home run off of Pedro Martinez, and they're still cheering for him in his third at bat. Cranks a home run off of Pedro Martinez. And then you're left there going, okay, we're not going to clap you anymore. Now you're becoming an ex-Met villain. But you look at some of the returns for Ranger players. I mean, Brian Leach didn't have that return because Brian Leach never wanted it. He wanted it to be subdued. He didn't. And he could have had the video tribute and everything. Messier earned it. And like he said, he was emotional at that time.
Messier is always emotional, though.
Yes. Yeah. It was Mark Messier Night, brought to you by Kleenex, is what Mike Richter said a while ago. There aren't as many. You just kind of feel like there aren't as many emotional returns for players. And even though video tributes are now like commonplace, like I remember when Stephen Weiss got a video tribute with the Panthers, you're like,
well, all right. To be fair, Stephen Weiss was with them for a while. He was a first-round pick in 01.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was a guy that they were supposed to be like. I heard the Joe Sakic and Steve Yzerman comparisons. Not that he was going to be those guys, but style of play. That was what Stephen Weiss was. That's what he was said to be. But I mean, he was one of probably their all-time leading scorer by the time he left. He was one of the few guys that had registered a 60-point season with Florida before he left. So, it's crazy to think about. But
there would have been a video tribute for Ryan Strome, but he missed it. So when he left the Rangers, but it is sort of a sad thing, Phil, because you get these guys when they leave and then they come back, because we're going to get the Mitch Marner tribute in Toronto. So that's coming, that he's going to have to, they're going to have to give him one, because how do you not give it to a guy that's been that good for the franchise?
He's one of their all-time leading scorers.
Yeah. And that's one of those things. Maybe they wish they had a mulligan on it again when addressing this. We're going to find that out soon enough. But you'd rather have it where you're Anze Kopitar leaving and becoming what your franchise's all-time leading scorer and just riding off to the sunset playing for one team. Not many guys get to do that, which is always
Marner's fifth in scoring, only behind Sundin with 987 in 981 games, Sittler with 916 in 844 games, Dave Keon with 858 in 1062, all played with Toronto, Borja Salming with 768 in 1,099 games. So yeah.
So I mean, I'm eager to see what Chris Kreider is going to be like. And I say the Chris Kreider return because I'm sorry, if I'm at that game, I'm not cheering for the other one, because one of those players is an all-time New York Ranger, no matter how many numbers you want to throw up there. The other one is a guy that just slammed his helmet one day. So that's just my thoughts on that one.
Oh yeah, I don't think that. Oh, maybe he gets something small, but you know what? Honestly, I don't know if they would even do that to overshadow Chris Kreider. Maybe they'll have Trouba and they'll go to him between the face-offs. But Chris Kreider is the one getting the video.
I think it's going to be a video for both because you can't do it without doing a Jacob Trouba tribute because he was a Rangers captain. And this is a great question. We'll throw it out to you guys. Put it down in the comments. What do you think the tribute is going to be with Anaheim? But I'm eager to see what more of these returns are going to be like as we keep going out. It's just when it comes to Marchand, you talk about a guy that he did so much for the Bruins, was so good for the Bruins, and has gone on and had prosperity elsewhere, helped the Panthers win last night over the Bruins. I think I also, Phil, my thoughts went to Pastrnak. Are they going to be able to build around him, or is he going to be the centerpiece of a trade? I'm more inclined to say that they keep Pasta. I think he stays there, and
I would trade him.
Okay.
That's just me, and I would try to trade him while he's on this deal because he's on a pretty good deal. So he's 29 right now. By the time you're ready to really compete, what is he going to be? Are they going to right now? All right, so I think in the Athletics rankings, they were bottom 5 in the league in prospect depth.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
If not at the bottom. Trying to remember who else was there.
They were down there. They were really down there. So I mean, I would have to try to find it, but they were not a high ranking team in the prospect organizations or in the prospect rankings. So for me, I just don't see where you get the assets to kind of rebuild without getting more of a getting more from a player like a Pastrnak, because I don't see where they are. They're playing better right now, but is this sustainable? He's paid until 2030, 31. So he's got, including this year, he's got 6 years left on his deal. And you could get a lot for David Pastrnak, who's got 10 points in 8 games so far.
Allow me to play devil's advocate for a second. When was the last time the Bruins traded a player of that magnitude?
Joe Thornton.
And do you think they'd want to mulligan on that trade?
Yeah, but that was also because of a lot just bad management back then. I see what you're getting at. I don't know if I would trust Don Sweeney to make the right deal.
No, I won't.
I mean, it was Jeremy Jacobs back then who really kind of wanted Thornton gone. And had I don't know why they did it the way that they did, but funny enough, one of the guys that they got back in that deal is now their head coach.
Yeah,
Marco Stern. It just, for me,
also scored the game-winning goal at Fenway Park at the first Winter Classic up there in Boston.
In 2010 against the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, so Boston's rankings, and Boston was 20th according to Promin. The Promin had his rankings and they were 20th. But I mean, James Higgins, who you think who's your number one center one day. That's nice. Fraser Minton looks to be like a pretty good player. Mm-hmm. Maybe he becomes your second line center one day. Then you got Dan Melis. I don't know what he is. Maybe a bottom 6 forward at the NHL level. I mean, William Moore was. I think middle 6 guy.
Yeah.
Dean Letourneau was a guy that a lot of Ranger fans, including myself, were looking at in that draft year, and maybe they could have used a center, but Letourneau, his development has not been good so far. Then Matthew Poitras. Poitras played well in the AHL. He played well in 2023-24. It kind of took a step back next year. I think he needs a change of scenery. Andre Gassot. Fabian Lysell is another one you could talk about. Needs probably a change of scenery. His production has not been great in the AHL either. I don't know. They have some guys, but it's really kind of Hagens and Minton that really elevate them to 20, because if it's not for those two, they're probably bottom 3 to 5 in the league.
Yeah, but again, they're like, you have to trust the GM that's going to make that decision. I don't know if I trust Don Sweeney.
Yeah,
I
agree.
trust Don Sweeney
totally
less
agree.
than I trust Chris Drury. And Chris Drury still isn't even the worst GM in the league. Not by far.
Kevin Adams, hi.
Yeah, Kevin Adams.
Hi,
is
for sure.
Yeah. So, but we're going to talk more NHL topics in our Pick'em segment coming up right now.
I've got a gut feeling. You want me to do two things?
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Now shoot!
All right, everybody. Here's our Big Apple Hockey Pick'ems, a segment that Phil pitched, and I got to tell you, this has been one of my favorites that we've been doing every single week for the last, I think, like 3 months now. We've been on this one, maybe even longer. So let's go with two guys that were tied in points just a couple days ago. But Matthew Schaefer or Steve, sorry, let me try that one again. More points, Matthew Schaefer or Zeev Bulliam?
Oh, this is tough. Bulliam's got 5 points in 7 games. He's not far off of a point per game. He's on the best power play in the league right now. And he's a big part of that. I'm going to go Schaefer. Because I think he's going to get more time at even strength than Bulliam. Bulliam's actually playing 20 minutes and 26 seconds a game. Like, that's like a minute and a half less than Schaefer. I think he's just JE. I like this comment. I mean, we're going to talk about that like afterwards. So I'm going to star that. We're going to get to that. I just think that Schaefer is going to be involved. I think he's going to eventually take on more minutes. You're right to question and worry about that rookie. And that's the one thing I am worried about with him, is when does his body start to take the beating and start to kind of break down a little bit from the beating that he took. And listen, I don't, this is not wrong by any means. Except that they are not a good scoring team at 5-on-5.
Right. So you got to hope he's doing this all on the power play. And Phil, he could touch the puck, and then Kirill Kaprizov can get there. But also Kirill Kaprizov has health questions too. And you lose Kirill Kaprizov, is he going to be just as good?
William hasn't gone a full NHL season either.
Yeah. And
you got to remember, Boyum came from college. They don't play long seasons in college.
So I was tempted to go Bulliam until I watched Schaefer last night. Schaefer's just dominating. I got to go Schaefer. I can't. And there are those guys that Stefan Roser just tweeted this out, by the way, from the numbers, saying that Schaefer's skating and speed work needs, or his shot and his speed needs to be needs work. He's got a 93.25 shot. That's the hardest shot recorded in the NHL this season.
What, Schaefer?
So far, Schaefer.
No, there's been shots recorded higher than that.
All right, maybe it's among defensemen. I don't know. I got to double check that one.
Maybe that's defenseman, but there was one that was clocked over 100 already this year.
Okay, but I like what I've seen out of Schaefer. I like his confidence and how he's playing. So
yeah, and you're right about this, J.E. But
yeah.
I mean, Boyum is not that far ahead of him in terms of like the longest season he's played. Like again, NCAA doesn't play very long seasons, so you got to make sure that you're putting that into, because look at that, 42 and 41 for Boyum in Denver in his 2 years there. So again, I can't say that he's played a super long season. He hasn't. And yeah, both those years he went to the World Juniors, so that kind of cut down on his college seasons. But he played 7 games in those 2 tournaments. So I mean, really, what is he playing? 50 games at most. It's not a big. Schaefer's is more about health. Like if he didn't get hurt last year at the World Juniors, he probably plays 60, 70 games between his junior season, the playoffs, and then you have the Memorial Cup. He probably plays in the Memorial Cup as well, and that's probably an 80-game season overall.
And Phil, most of the time whenever we talk about this, usually it applies,
if not more.
First off, you heard this a lot more when it came to college athletes. When NFL and NBA would have this problem, but you see this with the
this is fair.
Say that one. Roger Schaefer glide past the team like Eric Carlson in his prime.
That's fair, and I agree with you on Zeke Boyum. I was very high on him in the playoffs last year. I thought he played very well. He was not out of place, and he's playing well so far. I don't think there's any wrong answer here. I'm going to go with Schaefer. But I don't think there's any wrong answer here.
Now, a place where there could be a wrong answer or just feel wrong is this one. Phil, what's your higher panic rating so far? The Lightning or the Stars?
Oh, this is a good one, actually. I like this. Tampa is in dead last. Dallas is 4 points from last in the West. They've played less games than Nashville, Los Angeles, and Calgary, but I want to take a look at their schedules. Just because that'll tell me a little more about what they're dealing with. Dallas has, let's see here. So Dallas beat Winnipeg, Colorado, and Minnesota. They started 3-0, including a shootout win over Colorado. Then they lose to Vancouver, which is shocking. They lose to St. Louis. They lose to Columbus. So it just looks like they're almost playing down the competition, especially when first 3 teams they face are 3 pretty good teams. But they've got LA, Carolina, Carolina, Nashville, Washington, Tampa Bay, Florida, Edmonton as their next 7 or 8 games. Yeah, 7 games there. So that's a pretty tough stretch, even though Florida, they're dealing with some injuries. Funny enough, one of the teams they're playing is the other team we're talking about. Tampa Bay, on the other hand, that's really interesting to me because some of the teams they faced, they lose to Ottawa in the opener, high-scoring game, 5-4. They lose to Jersey. They beat Boston, then they lose to Washington. They lose to a very good Detroit. Detroit's playing very well. Let's just give Detroit their money. Get their flowers and their due. Columbus, they lose to Columbus. Now they have Chicago, Anaheim, which you should get 2 wins out of that. Vegas, going to be a tough game. Nashville, you should beat them. And then talk about Dallas. Utah's playing very well. Colorado's playing well. Vegas again, Washington, and then the Rangers. So I'm going to go Tampa. I'm going to go Tampa because I think their schedule is a little tougher. When I look at Tampa's lineup, are there players starting to age? Kucherov has only 3 points in 4 games. That is not going to continue.
Yep.
That is going to change. Jake Gensel, 6 points, a goal, 5 assists in 6 games. Braden Point, 2 goals, 5 points, 6 games. Victor Hedman, 5 assists in 6 games, no goals. Anthony Stolarz, 3 goals, 4 points. Oliver Bjorkstrand has as many points right now as Nikita Kucherov, and Nikita Kucherov has missed 2 games. So I think that once Kucherov is really kind of fully healthy, I do think that they're going to, really get back into the swing of things. But I'm going to say Tampa only because of their schedule. I don't like their schedule. I think it's tougher. Kucherov is kind of day-to-day right now. And otherwise, I do think that their lineup is a little more prone to being beaten just because I don't like their defense as much. Yes, Dallas's right side sucks, still does, but I think Tampa Bay's core is a little older, and I think they're more susceptible. It's just I can't believe that with Florida being out right now. This is it for me. Florida being out right now, Toronto obviously suffering from no Marner. This was where Tampa was supposed to step up and really kind of take the reins, but it's Detroit. And Detroit finally got the one piece they were missing in net. Seider and Edvinsson are playing very well. And they're really, I think they're buying in. Well, I watched an interview with Patrick Kane, and they seem like they're on the same page. Lucas Raymond has 5 points in 4 games. The guys on that team are producing. And you expected Tampa to really step up here. But Dylan Larkin has got 11 points in 6 games. Probably going to cool down. He's leading the NHL to +9. That's pretty awesome. Shooting at 25%, so that's going to cool down. Raymond, 50% shooting percentage. That's going to cool down. Emmett Finney even has 5 points in 6 games for them. Mason Appleton, who was a guy that you were high on for a while, Mark.
Very much, yeah.
3 goals, 4 points in 6 games. Seider's only got 2 points, but he's playing great defense. I mean, Axel Sandin Pelika's got a goal. You're going to see more from him. Marco Kasper, somebody who I was very high on, has had a slow start. But there are guys that I still think have yet to get going for Detroit, and that's scary.
And you know what, Phil? I think that's the reason why I got to go Tampa. If as much, you know what? Let me correct that. I'm going Dallas. Dallas has to be higher on the panic meter. I know Dallas has got plenty of assets, but when you have a brand new coach, and Glenn Golitzin was there and didn't really have much success, so you got to look at this and go, are they going to be able to play a system? The players just can't play themselves into playoff position and a Stanley Cup. Like, you got to figure this out. And they just went to, was it 4 straight conference finals or was it 3 straight conference finals? I forget which one. And I think it was actually 4 straight. And they went to the Stanley Cup finals in the shortened season. This is something that I just don't, like. You need to take the next step. I'm not sure if they're gonna. I think this team might have peaked, and you better hope that all these vaunted prospects and such they're all coming back, and that Jason Robertson could prove that he's a 100-point player again. But I know that Ottinger's played well, and I know that I also look at Tampa, Phil, and I think it's time to pay the piper with them. This might be their season where they finally do, where the bills come due, and now it's time to actually pay up. But you look at Tampa, first up, by the way, the biggest mistake Tampa would make would be if they fired John Cooper. You hold on to him like grim death.
Yeah, you're not firing John Cooper. Stop.
I know. So you get the people that say that every single year. He hasn't won since since X playoff series as such. You're like,
that's not his fault. It's the fact that they had to deconstruct that roster and then try to bring it back together for the cap. And that happens. And that happens with every team. Look at the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yes.
They get rid of a lot of guys after that 2010 Stanley Cup win. Dustin Byfuglien, Andrew Ladd. Who else was on that roster that they had to get rid of? Dave Bolin, they ended up getting rid of.
Yeah, Chris Versteeg.
Chris Versteeg was another one. Good call, Mark. And they got rid of all these guys, and now you want to talk about you have to build up rosters after a while, because to keep all those guys, that's what the salary cap forces you to do. It forces you to be creative with your cap space, forces you to make creative moves to keep a roster alive while kind of retooling it on the fly if you want to be competitive, kind of how Detroit did for years under Ken Holland.
Yeah.
They were able to retool that roster time and time again, and then bring in guys like, let's bring in Ray Whitney. That didn't work out, but they were able to bring him in 03-04. And they bring in Robert Lang, and Robert Lang's incredible for them for a couple of years. And they bring in this guy and that guy and that.
And even at that, Phil, they had the young talent to mix in. You had the Datsuk, you had the Zetterberg, you had to bring in.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You got to be able to do that. Tampa Bay, and Jay's right though, they don't have a lot of assets that they can trade. They don't, because they've traded them, and they stupidly traded a ton of them for Tanner Jeannot. And yes, Brendan Hagel has worked out, but that at that time, that trade was viewed as very, very questionable.
Right. And Phil, you kind of teed it up for the next question, because you go from the team that might not have handled things the right way going to the salary cap to two of the better ones. Which one's the better team in the NHL right now, the Avalanche or the Hurricanes?
Ooh, that's interesting. I mean, if you want to go strictly based on the standings, I mean, Carolina's got 10 points, 5-1. Colorado is 5-2 with 12 points. I mean, they've both played. Oh, Carolina's played one less game. I'm going to go Colorado just because I see more firepower. And I think they're in a tougher division. They're in a tougher conference right now. I mean, the Rangers are floundering. The Islanders were winless for a bit. Boston started well, but now they're 3-5. Ottawa is not playing where they need to play. Tampa, who's been a perennial division leader in that Atlantic, has been meh. Montreal has had a real hot start, even though the Rangers kind of got to them. Florida is playing a little better after losing 4 in a row. I mean, they won the other night, but Carolina's playing in a weaker division of a weaker conference. I'm going to go Colorado. If the two of them had to play right now, I'm taking Colorado or Carolina. Sorry. And yeah, like the easy saying, they're without Slavin and Gostisbehere right now. I mean, that's two of their number one defensemen and probably their best point-producing defenseman in Gostisbehere, for all his defensive woes, is still a decent point producer. So I'm going to go Colorado.
I'm going Colorado. And one of the reasons why I'll give is because I have faith in their second line center now, which is Brock Nelson. But I've had that faith in him before. This might be the better Colorado team that we've seen, although last year's were pretty good in a long time. Colorado's got that top end talent. I do like their goaltending. I don't love it. It's okay. And if the division got weaker and Colorado stayed the same, Colorado was just fine exactly where they are. And look for them to maybe win the Central then. And then that leads you into what Carolina is. You look at that weak Metro. The Metro is paper thin. And I think Carolina is going to win the Metro. But I kind of mentioned this earlier on the A block. Keandre Miller is starting to creep up on those giveaways. How he only has 10 on the NHL stat sheet is beyond me, because I actually think maybe they don't accurately know what giveaways are. Although Rasmus, take what you will out of that stat. Rasmus Dahlin is 19. He leads the league.
Whalers.
So, whoa, that's a nice jersey.
Whalers or Nordiques.
The Whalers and the Nordiques. And you know what, Phil?
Two of the better jerseys of all time.
We'll finish this one. We'll finish the pickup segment and then come back to that. But actually, yeah, they also said the rivalry is back tonight because they're wearing the Whalers versus the Nordiques. Oh, a Forsberg jersey. Yeah, I mean, Phil, what do you think about the Avalanche wearing the Nordique jersey and the Whalers? The Hurricanes wearing their Whalers jersey tonight.
Pretty cool. I mean, I got two more pieces of things I can get. Hold on one second.
Okay. I happen to agree with Empty Netters that they're like wearing it around like the Hannibal Lecter's face, or it's not the skin suit that you should really wear. It's, I don't know. I don't know about that one. But on the other hand, I do like teams that get to honor the rest of their franchise. You have history. Go back to that. I mean, though, then again, the New Jersey Devils have to honor the Kansas City Scouts at some point, if that's the case, or the Colorado Rockies from back in the day. But this is I would actually still say that I have a little bit of trouble with it, but I also kind of like it. I know it's supposed to be pick 'em, so I should really choose one or the other. But kill some more time before Phil gets back. I hear it. There he is.
So Whalers,
all right,
and Nordiques.
All right, now that one's a Sakic, right? There it is. Yeah. Although, all right, so you could pick up a Nordique jersey and a Hartford Whalers jersey. Who are you grabbing right now?
I would probably just go and put Pat Verbeek on the back of this one. Because Pat Verbeek is the man. And if I could go get another Nordique jersey and probably in like the lighter blue, I'd probably go Sakic.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would think if I had to go three, since I already have Forsberg, I'd probably go Sakic, Scott Young,
and
maybe go Owen Nolan or Matt Sundin.
See, I was thinking of Sundin, but he really made his name elsewhere. As we're doing this, I'm going, I think it's going to be Owen Nolan. And that's right. What team is responsible for ending the Nordiques?
Yeah.
If you remember the last, I believe Scott Young, if I recall correctly, is the last Nordique to score in Quebec. I think he had the empty netter in Game 5 versus the Rangers. And, of course, the Rangers took care of business in Game 6. Although I think Nordique fans would probably say Andy Van Hellemond is the one that's responsible, given that.
With the Alexei Kovalov penalty. Yeah,
the Alexei Kovalov penalty. That would have put them up 2-0. Was it 2-0 or would have put them up 3-0 in that game? I'm trying to remember that. I think might have put them up 3-0 in that game. There was a lot of.
I think it was 3. I actually think it was 3.
Yeah, I think it was 3. Because they were already down 2-0. They pulled Glenn Healy. Mike Richter goes back in. And that was the last time Mike Richter was ever questioned as a playoff goaltender for the Rangers. Because because everybody forgets about that. When I make the one quest versus Richter comparisons, Glenn Healy started games 2 and 3 versus Quebec as a defending Stanley Cup champion. And then Mike Richter showed why he is one of the best American goalies of all time.
So for their Yeah, you're right. Scott Young had the empty netter. Was assisted on by LaFave and I'm so bad LaFave. That's not a name Ranger fans want to hear. Anyone who's old enough to know that name does not want to hear that name. Their last goal overall.
Is it Chris Simon?
Nope, it is actually Peter Forsberg.
All right. I think Chris Simon, he did score in that game, if I recall correctly, right?
No, he did not. So the goals in that game, the Rangers went up 4-0. It was Verbeek from Leach, Messier and Leach, Kovalev from Lowe and Zubov.
This is game 5?
What?
This is game 5?
This is 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking game 5.
No, game 6, because that's why I did the last goal on Quebec ice.
Yeah.
And then Nemchinov from Leach and Larmer, Kovalev again from Nemchinov and Kyprios. Then it was Sakic from Leschizin, Jake's father, and Rene Corbet. And then Forsberg from Sakic and Wendell Clark.
Yeah, that was like that last gasp in that series.
Nordique's history.
Yeah. So I think it would have to be Nolan for me. See, my buddy Pete's got the Jeff Sanderson jersey, so I can't go Jeff Sanderson. I would consider Chris Pronger or Sean Burke. I think for my Hartford jersey, only because you said Pat Verbeek, who still has one of the greatest nicknames ever, the little ball I hate. But yeah, Phil, let's go to a trade between two teams that happened last season. And the question is, who won the Seth Jones trade? And you actually, I will say you have 3 choices on this one.
So I get to say wash or even?
Or both.
So, okay, that would be...
You can pick a team or both.
Both or even would be, the same thing. So it's definitely 3 choices. Florida won the cup, so it's easy to say Florida.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know what the draft picks are going to be, because one of the picks that was given up was a 2026 first-round pick. So Chicago is Florida's first rounder in this year's draft. It's supposed to be a very deep draft. And I think if a player like Ivar Stenberg can go 3rd overall, and I think Stenberg probably could have went 1st overall in another draft. Like in another draft that wasn't like a Connor McDavid, Jack Eichel.
Yeah.
I think Stenberg probably could have went 1st overall last year. It was in last year's draft. I'm going to say incomplete.
Okay.
I got to say incomplete here, just because we don't know what that pick is going to be. Yes, Florida got the cup, but we don't know what that pick is going to be. And we're still several years away from figuring out what that pick is going to be, because let's just say they take a player late round pick. That ends up being somewhere in the 20s. You're probably not going to see what that player is going to be for a while. Or let's say Chicago wants to trade up with that pick and they get to like the middle of the first round and they get a guy that they're really high on. Someone that was maybe, I don't know, 2nd or 3rd on their board. Let's just say they get at like 15 or something like that. Does that player come along next season or the year after that? And you know what you're getting in that player? Is it a project player that takes a while to develop and then becomes a real good player for them and ends up being one of their core players? I don't know. Does Florida win another Stanley Cup with Jones?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are all questions that need to be answered. I got to say incomplete. If a gun held to my head, you would have to say Florida because they won a cup. But I still think this is really an incomplete. You just don't know what you're getting from that pick yet.
I'm going to go the other direction from you. They both won. I think it's already over as far as which, you're right about it. There's more information that needs to come out. sooner than later on this. And you could argue that you're going to really find out if maybe it leans more towards one way or the other. Seth Jones at $7 million for this season plus the next 4. And they already have a Stanley Cup in the bag, and he was very good for them. That is huge for Florida. And let's be honest, if they didn't lose Alexander Barkov this year, we already still have them winning the Stanley Cup anyway. Maybe they win another Stanley Cup, and maybe he's part of the backbone of that again. And Florida, so much offense came from their back end, and that was incredible for them. But one of the most important things in any rebuild is your goaltender. And Chicago was looking to do it with Soderblom. They were looking to try to get – I'm trying to think of which other goalies they had in there. Peter Mrazek was there for a short time, but that wasn't exactly the guy that were rebuilding around. But you got Spencer Knight right now, who currently sits 5th in the NHL with a .937 save percentage. He's starting to fulfill that promise that you saw of him at the end of last year, and that guy that when Florida drafted him and then signed Sergei Bobrovsky for no reason, you're starting to really see that right now. And by the way, for no reason, I'm saying because they signed a goalie to a 7-year deal and drafted a goalie in the first round. That kind of two things contradict each other. They shouldn't have. There's one of them that they shouldn't have done. But now Spencer Knight looks like that goalie that we all thought he was going to be, especially with the World Juniors. I think he win the tournament player of the year one of those years that the U.S. won gold?
I am not sure about that, but
because I could have sworn one was him and one was Zegras. I could have sworn, but right now I'm having a little bit of a memory loss on that one. But
so he. USA named him player of the game for the gold medal.
Okay. So it was the gold medal game. And player of the tournament was Zegras then.
Yeah, I think it was Zegras because Zegras had the incredible tournament that year.
Right.
Like he really opened a lot of eyes in that tournament. But yeah.
So this one that's a win-win. It's already a win-win. Like the Panthers got what they wanted.
Yeah, he won MVP. He had 7 goals and 11 assists for 18 points. He tied the points record that was held by Jordan Schrader previously, former Vancouver first rounder from 2009.
But you look at what Florida got. They already got a capable defenseman for the next.
No, they didn't.
4 years.
They drafted Knight, and then
they drafted Knight. Then
like a week later, that it was Bobrovsky. The draft happened before the free agency period opened.
Yeah, the draft always happens before free agency.
Yeah,
and
signed Bobrovsky.
And again, I'm all up for. I just still question that decision right from the start. It's one or the other. You either draft a goalie, and then you have a stopgap guy. You don't sign a free agent backstop. And again, his contract's coming up soon. And you look at, yes, the troubles Knight had, which also delayed his development, but Chicago really kind of lucked into him. And that's assuming Knight can still be what he is right now. And if that's the case, Chicago might be a little bit closer to their rebuild than kind of what we might have thought at the beginning of the year, or the rebuild ending, I mean. And I think both teams won this one. So,
okay.
Bill,
yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Listen, you're not wrong on that.
And neither are you.
I think it's too early. Like, Spencer Knight's had a great start. And as somebody who has family members that, and myself has suffered from depression at various points and anxiety, I'm pulling for Spencer Knight. I am absolutely in his corner. But it is still early. Chicago still doesn't have a great team in front of him. So let's see what happens with him. And hopefully for Chicago's sake and his sake, the start is now. Like the time is now. We're gonna go to John Cena from Basic Thugonomics earlier on. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing to fail me into John Cena. The champ is here. That my time is now. So let's hope for Spencer Knight that his time is now.
Well, and now the time is now for somebody else. Different sport. We kind of alluded to this at the beginning and in the intro for the show. But Filk, you got right now the second favorite son in Toronto, the Blue Jays, who powered their way to the World Series on the George Springer home run that put them in. And it's amazing. I wanted to find a clip for it to put it in there of just somebody with like two people and going, I knew you'd come through for me. And kind of looking over at the other guy and just sneering with a, you, still not you. Why not you? But the Blue Jays or the Dodgers, who are you picking to win the World Series?
Dodgers. I don't even have to think about this. Not just because I'm not a fan of Toronto, but the Dodgers, the firepower they have is overwhelming. It really is. And that rotation is ridiculous. You have Snell, Ohtani, Yamamoto, Glasnow. Roki Sasaki is now turning into a closer for them in the playoffs. That's ridiculous because he was really good. They have up and down. Their bullpen is ridiculous too. They have all the firepower in the world. They have guys that do nothing but hit in the playoffs, like Kike Hernandez, who might be one of the most underrated and overlooked players in all of Major League Baseball because all this guy does in the playoffs is produce.
Yeah.
He just produces. And he's somebody I wanted the Yankees to get. And now he's just there, just hitting as usual. It just up and down. Their lineup is so good. So good. Listen, you got just so many different guys that could just kill you. Kershaw obviously not playing in the playoffs. But, I mean, you got Kirby Yates back there. You know, Anthony Banda. I mean, Blake Treinen. Just like, what do they not have? What do they not have? And that's really the question. I mean, Max Muncy. You want to talk about development? He looks pretty good in Oakland, whatever you want to call them, and then goes to LA, just turns into this incredible postseason player. Tommy Edman has a very good postseason. Freddie Freeman is going straight into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
because he's just one of the best. Teoscar Hernandez has come up for them big at certain points. Ohtani had a huge game. Everybody's going to talk about that, but you know, he needs to be a little better in the playoffs at the plate. But if he's not giving you at the plate, he's giving you production behind at the mound, on the mound. So I'm going with LA. I just think that there's just too much firepower. Yeah, and prepare for the work. All right. The biggest bullshit of all is the owners that keep crying about teams like the Dodgers and the Mets spending money. Hey, you're a billionaire. You bought a baseball team. Put some fucking money into your investment. Stop spending and show your fans that you give a shit. Talking to you, Pittsburgh. Talking to you, Miami. Talking to every other team that keeps crying that they're a small market team.
Yeah.
And that nobody wants to go there. No, I can't keep players because I don't have the money to keep up with it. No.
Talking to you, Minnesota.
You don't spend it. You don't spend it, and that's the problem. That's why in 2 years, when Paul Skeens heads to arbitration, Pittsburgh is going to trade him, and then the fans, they should just disavow the Pirates when that happens because the Pirates clearly don't give a shit. They would rather pocket the revenue spending money and to have all that money to themselves. It's like Hal Steinbrenner. Oh, I spend. I didn't want to spend on Bryce Harper, but or Manny Machado, but I'll spend on DJ LeMahieu instead. I'll spend on that. No,
yeah.
You know what? I don't even want to hear it anymore because I'm tired of hearing the Rays cry poor. I'm tired of hearing Pittsburgh cry poor, tired of Minnesota, tired of all these other teams crying poor when they have billionaire owners who just don't want to spend. And if that's the issue, then you know what? Get rid of the ownership and get ownership in that is going to spend money, that is going to breathe life into the organization, and get more owners that want to give money back because they don't care enough about their teams to be owners.
Yeah, and first off, I agree with you on that one. Carl Pohlad is one of the ones that always came to mind for me for years with Minnesota. But then they talked about contraction, and suddenly now, wait a minute.
The Dodgers are not ruining baseball.
It's not just the Dodgers. It's that they were able to defer so much money, and they already made it all back and got it ready to go when Ohtani's able to be there. And I don't want to hear about all the Ohtani controversy or anything. On the other hand, Phil, I got to say this. One of the best players to never play in the World Series, or three of them off the top of my head: Ernie Banks, Don Mattingly, and Vladimir Guerrero Sr. Well, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is going to play in the World Series, and I do have an affinity a little bit for Toronto. I'm sorry to my lovely wife who gave me such a sneer when I said I might root for Toronto, but it's because I cannot root for the Dodgers. So, truth be told, probably not going to watch much of the World Series except when I'm at work. But it's
I'm not blaming Cohen for anything. The MLB needs more owners like Cohen.
Yeah, you want to get creative spending? Go right ahead. Creative spending. You want to get those player salaries up? That's how you do it. It's hard enough to go see games right now in ballparks and everything. It's just you want to see these spendings get out of control because I can't justify paying Juan Soto $75 million. I can't.
No, I can't. I know you're not saying that. I'm saying the major league needs more owners like Steve Cohen.
Yeah,
they do.
Steve Cohen wants to win.
Steve Cohen wants to win.
And he'll do whatever it takes to win.
I would give anything to resurrect George Steinbrenner at like 30 years old.
Oh boy. Could you imagine what it would be like with George?
George would. All right, so Manny Machado and Bryce Harper would have been Yankees. Giancarlo Stanton wouldn't have been a Yankee. Yes, I agree. Force the cheap owners. They need to reinvest money into the teams, and that's the problem. It's just like with hockey, where there were a lot of owners that didn't want to go ahead and sign. Yeah, salary cap. Okay, I get that happened because of teams like the Rangers and the Red Wings. Did he? They were competitive in the 80s. They were bad towards the end part of the 80s.
They're
completely ruined them.
But the greatest thing to happen to the New York Yankees was Steinbrenner getting suspended for a few years. Because when that happened, they built up their farm system, and that ended up becoming their dynasty years.
Sure. Yeah, sure. They might have. They were short-sighted to do so, but they might have. But they were very short-sighted to do so because he came back in 93. And he had a hand in a lot of the moves that were made. You don't think George Steinbrenner had a hand in Roberto Kelly being traded for Paul O'Neill?
Which ends up being one of the best trades in Yankee history.
Yeah, that probably was the best trade. Aside from Babe Ruth, obviously.
Yeah, but trading Babe Ruth for a play, I think that would be better.
Yeah. No, I mean, it really. So the Roberto Kelly for Paul O'Neill trade happened in 93 after George was reinstated. Exactly. And they would have saved money. But Miami wanted to eat $70 million plus from that Stanton deal. And that's why they went with Stanton over Harper. And Harper, who's willing to play first base for the Yankees, played first base for the first time in his career at Yankee Stadium. Just remember that.
And Bryce Harper wanted to be a Yankee long before that.
Sure, yes, they were. But the problem is that Steinbrenner wasn't one on the. He wasn't somebody that was heavily involved in scouting. That was their thing. Would he want to trade certain prospects away? Maybe. Yeah. Jay Buhner, looking at you. Yeah.
You traded Jay Buhner?
Yeah. That might have been a George move, but you know what? When he came back, he was a little less hands-on and was still very hands-on, and he was heavily involved in Tino.
Mm-hmm.
He was heavily involved in O'Neill. He was involved in getting guys like Charlie Hayes and Cecil Fielder. Those are guys that George wanted there.
Yeah, there wasn't the Sandy Alderson call to the Wilpons to be like, can we spend a little bit of money? I guess so. I guess you can. No, it was, we could get Cecil Fielder. Do it. So you wouldn't have gotten to the fourth option.
Relax, bro. Relax. Yeah. Your team is a bunch of cheaters. And you won one World Series legitimately. Relax.
Well, even at that one World Series, they still spent like drunken sailors in order to get there. And Wayne Huizinga, and they still. But on the other hand, they had the beat.
He's not talking about. He's an Astros fan.
Oh,
Trash
okay.
can fan, as I call him.
All right. Well, still. I mean, they won 2, one legit, yeah. But
yes, Stick did have a way with George, and that was important. I'm not going to downplay that any bit.
Which I'm sorry. That's why I stop and I say it like this. Not that I give the guy no credit, but let's also keep in mind that Brian Cashman won 3 World Series with the teams that Stick and Bob Watson put together. He did put together the ones in 98, which I think is the greatest team ever. And not just obviously because they are, but still. That's just one of the greatest teams. Just how does a guy have a job for 3 decades like that? Especially for the New York Yankees.
Or no, cheating the whole way, buddy.
All right. So, Phil, let's go on. We're bringing out the puck Doku for us. And we got, for our X-axis, got the Canadians, the Canadians, the Bruins, and the Devils. And the Y-axis is the Blackhawks, the Buffalo Sabres, and born outside of North America. Filk, you start us off. What square are we going to? And we'll try the 5-minute timer today.
For Chicago and New Jersey, put Kevin Dean.
Chicago, New Jersey, Kevin.
No, there are rules against stealing signs electronically.
Kevin Dean.
Kevin Dean.
Kevin Dean. Kevin Dean, 0.2%.
Born outside North America for New Jersey, put Alexander Samak.
I don't remember him being a Devil.
Yes. David, come on. You're not familiar with this? A trash can was used when they were electronically stealing signs and relaying them.
Yeah, the trash can thing, because they would be watching it on the monitor and they would start banging the trash can. Phil, for the born outside North America, I was going to go with Dmitry Karvatalov.
Absolutely for Boston. Absolutely.
That's okay. He's a 1%er.
Born outside North America for Montreal.
Did Joseph Bale ever play for them?
I think he did. I think he played like a couple of games for them. I could be wrong. Yeah, yes, he did.
Okay. He did. Yeah. Then nobody remembers Joseph Bale playing for them. So
yeah, that's going to be a name that.
Oh, how about that? Joseph Bale, 0.3%.
Let's see.
Let's keep it going. What's the next one you got?
Peter Svoboda is too obvious for Montreal and Buffalo.
Yeah.
I don't think Doug Bodger played for Montreal. No, he didn't really play for Buffalo.
There's a defenseman I'm thinking of for. Okay, yeah. Well, what about New Jersey and Buffalo? Richard Smellick.
Too obvious.
Bombardier.
That's going to be like a 3 or 4%er, I think.
Okay, did Bombardier play for both?
Brad Bombardier, I don't think played for Buffalo. I know he played for Jersey.
He played for Nashville Predators. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say he played for Nashville after Jersey. I know that. No, he played for Minnesota after Jersey. He followed the Jimmy Dowd route, apparently. Jimmy Dowd never played for Nashville, though.
And Doug Bodger is a guy that's coming to mind.
Bodger, I don't think played for Jersey.
He did. 97, 98. He was
Try
there
Bodger there. I worry about the Buffalo part of it, but I don't think people are going to remember him as a Jersey.
All right, so we're going Doug Bodger. 0.9. Just cracked it in. All right, we got under 2 minutes to go. So
we're at a uniqueness of 1.
Uniqueness of 1 because of
Carmel Tunnel got a 1. Are you kidding me?
For his
a guy that played 2 years in Boston.
2 years in the NHL.
Oh my God! I should have said Ivan Hummel there. Fuck.
Could have.
Oh God, that's bad.
I mean, obviously with Buffalo, you got Brian Smolinski that's on there. You got
Smolinski. I don't think he played in Buffalo.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong guy.
Montreal and Chicago he could go for, and Chicago and Boston he could go for.
All right, yeah, because I just brain farted that one. Actually, Montreal, Chicago, or which one?
Smolinski could go for either one of those 2 top ones left.
Okay.
Because he played for all 3 teams.
We'll go with Chicago, Montreal. 0.6 for Smolinski.
Wow, he was only 0.6 for that. I think he probably would have been higher in the Boston slot.
Okay.
Boston, and did Ted Donato play for Chicago?
Actually, I do believe Ted Donato played for Chicago. It was the night Chicago died. He did not.
Yeah, that was
Ted Donato did not.
Did Glenn Featherstone play for Chicago? I knew he was a Ranger and a Bruin.
Yep, and we'll stop that right there. We're now over time. Featherstone did play for St. Louis.
No.
Bruins and the Rangers.
No.
Whalers and Calgary as well.
Gordon Murphy did not play for Chicago. I know that.
Did Dmitry Kristich play? Nope, he did not.
No, not for Chicago, no.
Not for Chicago.
Boston, yes, not Chicago. Did Jim Weimer play for Chicago? No, Jimmy Weimer did not play for Chicago. He was a Ranger and a Bruin.
I mean, obviously, for everybody at home listening, we could go with Bobby Orr if we wanted to, but we're not going to do that.
Oh, yeah, totally. That would be real smart.
We could also go with the Phil Esposito as well, but we're not going to do that.
Yeah. Tim Sweeney didn't play for Chicago. I know that. He was a Ranger at the end of his career. Did Dave Reed play in Chicago? No, he didn't. He was Bruins, and then I think he went to Quebec.
I think he went right to Colorado.
And then, he went to back to Dallas. I mean, back to the Bruins. And then I think he went to Dallas and then Colorado again. No, it was Toronto. He was with in the early 90s. Sorry.
Yeah, Dave Reed, a 2-time Stanley Cup champion.
Yes.
I know. I'm trying to speed this up as well. Trying to think of some other guys.
Dirk Graham didn't play in Boston. Dave Christian never played in Boston, right?
I don't think so.
No, he did. Dave Christian.
Dave
Christian for this one, Mark.
For Boston, Chicago?
Yeah.
I don't think Dave Christian played over there. 0.5. So we still got 2 more to go. A Canadian and a Sabre and a Boston Bruin. Now.
So we need a Sabre and a Canadian.
No, never mind. It was the other way around.
Benoit Hogue, I feel like would be too obvious.
I'm not sure if Benoit Hogue.
No, he never played for Montreal. That's right. I'm sorry.
I was just thinking a Blackhawk and a Sabre, and that would have been a Constant Creighton. Sorry, Constant Crossman. Adam Creighton was in there. So
Creighton, I think, played for both Buffalo and Chicago.
Right, but but it's not the square that we need.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's Boston and damn it.
Yeah.
He never played.
Trying to go with trying to think of a lot of my usual guys.
Christian Rutu never played. That again, that's one that we don't need. Shit. Damn it.
Christian Rutu.
Wait, did he? What? Wait, hold on. He might have played. Oh no, he played Vancouver after Chicago. That's right.
Didn't Christian Rutu do a drop pass on a breakaway or something like that?
Yes, he did. Yeah, it's one of the more ridiculous plays ever.
I just got a good one for Montreal and New Jersey, but not that we really needed it. It was going to be
I wonder
Jocelyn.
how obvious Donald Audette would be for that Montreal Buffalo one.
Now let's go with that. So Montreal Audette's actually been kind of low. He's a 2%er. All right. So Boston and Buffalo. Daniel Paille, did he play for both?
Yes. He started with Buffalo and he was on Boston's cup-winning team. I think it's going to be too obvious.
Yeah, it's going to be too obvious. Even for me wanting to get this going.
Grant Ledyard play in Boston?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think
yes, he did. Grant Ledyard, yeah.
Grant Ledyard. Boom. As soon as you said it, I'm like, oh, yeah, Grant Ledyard.
Obvious, Johnny. That's going to be an obvious one. You always want to try to get the most obscure possible.
All right, so we're going to go with some of the ones that were outside of Uro Vakanainen for Boston, Miroslav Shatan, Marius Chikowski. These guys are all below Karvel Tanov. You kidding me?
Yeah.
Matt Naslund. I figured he'd be real high.
No, Matt Naslund. Yeah, that one. Orlov. That's another one that I thought would be higher.
Joseph Stumple was a leading scorer for them. How is he this low?
Yeah, I don't understand Joseph Stumple being that low because he had 2 tenures with them. And he had 2 productive tenures with them.
Carl Soderberg, who was a real good player in general, but I think was it Soderberg that signed a free agent deal that was terrible somewhere, or
all right, so Soderberg I think was like he was a Blues 2004 pick, I think it was.
Yeah,
second rounder in 2004, and then he took time off from the NHL and then came over, and then he came up with Boston, had some good seasons with Boston, had that big year with Colorado, had actually 2 pretty big years with Colorado, and then went to Arizona and just kind of disappeared.
Yeah. Here's some of the 1%ers for Buffalo and Montreal, or under 1%ers: Dominic Moore, Torrey Mitchell, Benoit Poirier.
Mitchell, wow, that's a
Michael Frolik was that low. Jason Dahl.
Frolik for Buffalo. Wow, I missed that one. That's on me. Should have known that.
Yeah.
Brian Engblom. Wow, that was that low?
Yeah. Matt D'Agostini, Roy Fitzpatrick. Dinah Supers, I forget that he's a Sabre. I always forget he was a Sabre. And Tom Curvers, who's played everywhere. It feels like it. Not
Tom
really.
Curvers was, wow. Tom Curvers would have been a good one. Anthony would have gotten that too if Anthony was here. He would have absolutely said Tom Curvers. And
Drew Stafford,
that would have been one of the first names he
Buffalo
said,
and Boston. Vladimir Sobotka.
Oh, the little boy, Vladimir. There are two guys that I can think of that no matter how old they got, they looked like children, like facial-wise. Ruslan Fedotenko and Vladimir Sobotka. I don't know why, but they always looked like children in their faces. Like, obviously the bodies are bigger, but like, if you looked at their faces, they just, I don't know, they just looked like kids.
All right. Well, moving on to the Puck Doku Pyramid. We got a player that he played in the last decade.
Marner. This is Marner.
This is obviously Mitch Marner. But we got a player that's played in the last decade, a 30-goal season with any team, 40 playoff games in their career, 500 career games played, a Toronto Maple Leaf, and the top of the pyramid is the.
I know somebody that we could go up to the 40 games. The Toronto Maple Leafs mark with, and that's Nikolai Kulemin. That fits like all of this, I believe.
All right, so we'll go with that one.
So no! Don't use Nikolai Kulemin right now.
No, I know. We're gonna wait on that. But first off, Philk, it's a player that played in the 2010s. How about just this one, Stu Bickle?
Sure. Why not?
Why not? Nobody's saying Stu Bickle.
Why not?
I think Stu Bickle didn't say Stu Bickle. So played in the last decade, had a 30-goal season with any team.
Wait, what were the playoff requirements?
40 games.
No,
Anthony's back.
Kulemin doesn't fit that. He fits everything but that play.
Kulemin didn't play 40 playoff games?
No, he didn't. He played only 25 playoff games. Played 18 with the Islanders and 7 with Toronto because Toronto didn't make the playoffs.
What about Michael Grabner?
Grabner,
I think, has got the 40 playoff games.
Grabner's definitely got the 40 playoff games.
He's got the 30-goal season.
You might be able to save him for the Leafs then, because he has 30 goals. He has 40 playoff games, and I'm pretty sure he had 500 career games played.
Yeah, Grabner has 40 playoff games exactly, and he fits all of this. So save Grabner.
Quick question: does Carter Verhaeghe fit all the way to 500 games played?
What about Brad Boyce?
Brad Boyce would be an interesting one. Yeah, Brad Boyce, I think, fits this too.
All right. So before we get too far, guys, just any 30-goal scorer that played in the last decade.
Yeah. David Clarkson. And I think does David Clarkson fit the playoff requirements too? No, he might not because he
came late with Jersey, so I don't think so.
He fits the games mark, and he fits the. No, David Clarkson does fit.
Okay.
David Clarkson also fits up to Toronto. Grabner fits up to Toronto. Brad Boyce fits up to Toronto. Oh, yeah, Brad Boyce definitely fits. Oh, no, Brad Boyce does not fit the playoff requirements. So go Brad Boyce here.
Brad Boyce? Okay. Yeah, boys.
Oh, God, Mark.
I keep it fresh. But that's stale.
40.
Yeah, Mark obviously thinks he's Flava Flav, so it's not Mark anymore.
40 games played. So
40 career playoff games.
But Grabner, so we're using him for the
Callahan
Leafs?
never had a 30-goal season, I don't think. He came close in like 2011 or 2012, but I don't think he ever had 30.
I got Grabner with 40 career playoff games on the dot, by the way.
Yes, that's I said
for the Leafs, though? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, no, we're just mentioning that.
Yeah, Callahan at 29 in 2012. He missed 6
Callahan doesn't have it.
He might have gotten it had he
Well, Anders Lee would fit all the way up to the fourth slot. So that's a guy.
Yeah, let's keep Anders Lee for that.
Brock Nelson does too.
How about we use Clarkson here and then Anders Lee, right?
All right, so we're going to use David Clarkson.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Anders Lee right here. Okay, I'll spell his name out. Wow, there's a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
Anders Lee, boom.
And then go Grabner.
No,
now go
Grabner.
Is but does Jonathan who am I thinking of?
We went Grabner.
I don't know if this is just Marner here.
That's a good question.
Jonathan Marchand never played for Toronto.
That's a good question.
He never played for Toronto. You're talking about Marchand, Anthony?
That was my original thought, but then I thought of someone else, and now I blanked on the name.
Okay, it's not Mikhail Grabowski, I'll tell you that.
Grabowski?
Why'd you even think of Mikhail Grabowski?
Well, because to see whether or not he got the 500 games, he did. He didn't have a 30-goal season. He had a 29-goal season. I wasn't sure how many playoff games he played with Toronto.
Never hit 30. He was one of those guys with Pullman on that team, but he never hit 30.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Anthony might have somebody.
No, I'm trying to think who
I don't think there's anybody else that fits this. I think it's Marner.
Hold on a second. Wait a second.
What?
Okay.
Oh, Phil Kessel.
Yes, Phil Kessel.
Oh, Kessel. Yeah, actually, yeah, he fits all that.
Unique to score 29.
What would the other have been?
Mitch Marner was number one. Kessel.
That's ready. Oh, God. Oh.
He only played for them last year, guys.
Damn
our under 1%ers for the first five. You had Simmons, Foligno, David Clarkson, Alexander Steen, Michael Grabner, Milan Michalek, Steve Sullivan, and Frederick Modine.
Oh, Milan Michalek had a friggin' 30-goal season in San Jose.
He did.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. I remember.
He was in the Danny Heatley trade, if I recall correctly.
The draft. No, it wasn't. It wasn't San Jose he had it in. It was actually Ottawa that he had it in 2012.
But he was traded for Heatley, right?
Yes.
All right. And then here's Kessel, Getzlaff, William Nylander. Timo Solani fell below 1% on this. Who'd have thought? All right.
Traded by the San Jose Sharks with a second-round pick in 2010. Later traded to the Islanders. Later traded to Toronto. Not to Toronto, to Chicago. Chicago selected Kent Simpson, who did nothing. Jonathan Chichu to the Ottawa Senators for a fifth-round pick and Isaac McLeod, and Danny Heatley.
Wow.
Hey, Mark.
Anthony.
I have a blind ranking for you.
Oh, here we go.
Before the blind ranking, I have a trivia question for both of you.
Okay.
Can you name the one player who won a Stanley Cup with both the Islanders and Rangers?
Yes.
Hold on. So it was a player that was on the team likely in 83.
Yep.
But
this is one of my favorite trivia questions to ask at the bar.
Greg Gilbert.
Yes.
Greg Gilbert's right.
Greg Gilbert is correct.
Yeah,
one of the Black Aces, and he played in Game 7.
Yeah. It's so funny because I was thinking, I was like, who was on the Islanders in the 80s? And I was like, it was definitely somebody that was young. And then I thought about it. I was like, Hudson. It wasn't Mike Hudson. And then I was going through the Black Aces because I knew it wasn't Nemchinov, obviously.
Yeah.
You know? And then I looked through the defense. I was like, no Doug Lidster. No, obviously Lowe. And then I was like, okay, let me go through the black aces. And then I was like, okay, Gilbert.
All right. So Anthony, what do you think about Gatcombe? Does that mean that Richie gets called up?
No, honestly, I don't think it's Callum Ritchie that they're calling up. I think they're going to call up Isaiah George or I mean, I know we talked about Warren before, but maybe, but I would say they're going to probably call up Isaiah George. That's just my guess. But it's interesting though. They could have put Romanov on IR and then they wouldn't have had to waive anybody. They could have just recalled someone, but I guess Romanov must be real close to coming back. But yeah, my guess is Isaiah George. I would be surprised if they already brought up Richie. I really would, but
yeah, I don't think they're bringing up Richie unless he's going to get substantial playing time, and I think they've explained that to him.
Yeah, because even if they call him up right now, who's coming out of the lineup? Like I know Shabanov didn't skate today, and they say he's a game time decision, but then what do you do when Shabanov comes back? Who comes out? Like I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. So I really would be surprised if it was if it was him. But I guess we'll have to see. And I also think Gatcombe is going to clear waivers. I don't think anybody will claim him, but we'll find out.
You get those guys that you're like, they're just gonna waive them, nothing's gonna happen from that, and then they surprise you, and they get picked up.
Yeah. I'm just putting the finishing touches on my list here. By the way.
All right.
I'll be ready, and you will be ready to go.
So yeah, now we're riveting as we're all texting.
Yeah, no. You know what? I'll think of a blind ranking myself.
Nice.
Mine was pretty good. Mine got to both of you.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because that was the first time I did it, and you guys didn't know my tendencies. But
I like to either fill it up with like the greater moments to talk about, or and then give you like one of them that you like as you start doing it. You're going, oh, wait a minute, can't do that.
Yeah, Lonnie, it's time. It's time. Connor Sheary needs to go. Get Brett Berard up at the very least. Have Berard play with Laba on the third line. Get rid of Taylor Radish. I mean, Radish can kill penalties, but that's really about it.
Actually, David, let me go with this one. You blind ranking the worst World Series winners. I could tell you the worst one of this millennium, and
the Miami Marlins in 2003.
You know what though? But they had at least like skilled players on there and stuff like that, and maybe they did it. It's funny enough they did it with AJ Burnett, injured, but. I always think of the 2005.
He wasn't even the guy. It was Beckett.
Yeah, Beckett came up that season, and then Beckett was the man. But I think about the 2005 White Sox. I know they won a sweep, but
they were a deeper team than people are giving credit for.
That is true, though.
I mean, if you look at that lineup was pretty damn good. So Paul Konerko. 40 and 100 right on the dot from him. 40 and 100 right on the dot. And then
Lonnie's asking, do you think it's time to bring up the young players for the Rangers and move on from this disaster?
Joe Cree, Jermaine Dye, Pierzynski, a catcher. Yeah, I said you bring up Carl Everett was still good. Yes, you bring up Berard. Maybe see what Sikora has. I don't know. But Sheary and Radish can't be playing anymore. Sorry, they can't.
As Raymond's saying right here, Boone was ironically on that Yankees roster. Yep. Had the biggest moment of his career on that one.
Yeah.
But the Yankees were done in because a team was deciding to play small ball. Like there was the footage of Juan Pierre rolling the ball down the third baseline, seeing whether or not how
Yeah, I don't get why Brodzinski's not playing. Why is Brodzinski not playing when he can give you more and play the way that Sullivan wants to play over two guys that clearly don't have the wheels or the will to play the way that he wants to play? Obviously, we're going to talk about Sherry as a Nepo. That's a Nepo contract. That's son-in-law getting, getting his, that's a good one, and I would.
Yes. Let me just address this one first. Frank Saravalli talked about this yesterday. I think the Rangers shouldn't hesitate to trade Artemi Panarin, and I'm talking Christmas. You cannot wait. You cannot wait. Because a lot of teams are going to start moving assets in January before the Olympics come in. And we talked about this last year, Anthony, that there was 2 trade deadlines in a way, because you had the teams that were trying to trade people before the 4 nations, and then the ones that had the actual trade deadline. So I really think that that's going to be the case. All right, let's do some blind rankings. Let's see.
All right, this category is just best Swedish players.
Best Swedish players.
Yes,
career.
wow.
I
Anthony,
honestly, what?
I honestly would be shocked if Pear Juice is not on this list.
All right. I am going to kick it off with Christian Huselius.
Ooh, that's a good one. He's actually a really good player. Underrated, too.
Yeah. But I also I overrate him, though. So we're at 10. Yeah. And I really liked Christian Huselius. Now, here's the hard part. I would be tempted to say 6, but because it's an Anthony list, I think I should go all the way up to 5.
5?
Yeah, I should have gone 4, but I'm gonna go 5.
I'm gonna go 3.
Ooh, all right.
I'm gonna go 3 because it's
Anthony throws out like 4 Hall of Famers.
I'm gonna go 3.
Kelly Eklund
had a decent couple of years, I think, in Phil. He's actually a good player. Actually, a good. He was a good player in the 80s.
I'll put him at 8
forward. 8? I'm gonna go. Gonna go 5. Yes, D. Ely. It doesn't matter if he's leading the team in points. He's going to be 35 in October of 2026.
He doesn't want to take a pay cut.
He doesn't want to take a pay cut.
Cannot pay him $11 million on a 4-year deal. Let's say he wants a 4-year deal. He's going to want full to modified no trade protection.
Yes, he can absolutely fetch a first-round pick. He's getting a first-round pick.
And even this season, he could do that.
Yeah. I would move him the minute you find a good deal. Because I think you're going to get more for him if you move him more earlier in the year. I think if we're in the second week of November and this team is still bottom 3 to 5 in goal scoring, I move him, and their record isn't good. I start looking at what the best offer is, and I move him. And I don't rush to move him for the sake of moving him, but if there are good enough offers out there, let's just say there's a first round pick and a couple of B-level prospects that are in play, or multiple first round picks and a B-level prospect, I am absolutely moving him, especially if one of those picks is this year, because you have 3 first round picks this year.
Anthony, next one.
Samuel Paulson.
Good player. Good player. This is not a list of scrubs so far.
So far, no.
No, Anthony's
laughing because he knows he's got a big scrub on the list.
Yeah.
He's waiting for us to get there.
Where did I put Eklund? 5 or 6?
Maybe not. You have Eklund at 5.
I put Eklund at 8. So I think I'm gonna go Sammy Paulson. His name is Sammy Paulson. At 6.
Not Robert Paulson, buddy.
I know.
Robert Paulson.
His name is Sammy Paulson.
God, Mark, you would make the Fight Club reference. I'm gonna go. I'm debating between 7 or 8. I think this might be the one time that Anthony finally does not a list of scrubs. So I'm debating 8 or 9. I'm gonna go 8.
Okay.
What about you, Mark? You didn't say anything.
I said 6.
Oh, you said 6. Okay.
Anthony might just be putting the good players on the list now, and then the second half of what he.
Oh, you can see that grin. He's definitely doing something right now.
William Eklund. Very early. So where do you put him?
Yeah. Eklund showed some promise.
5 open, Anth, or no?
What?
Do I have 5 open or no?
No, you put Pelle Eklund at 5.
I'm going to put William Eklund at 4.
Based on potential?
Yeah. Rule number 1.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to put.
Rule number 2, you don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, I'm going to put him. I'm going to put him at 4 as well.
Do I want Drury to be the seller? No. Do I have a choice? Also, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere right now. Anyone who thinks Chris Drury is going anywhere right now, you're in for a rude awakening. Come back to reality, please.
Phil, I got worse news. Anybody that thinks he's going to be anywhere in March is also going to be in for a rude awakening.
That's what I basically just said.
I know, but you said right away. I'm just saying in March.
No, I meant as in this year. Like, come on. Like, Anthony, what did you say?
Jonas Höglund.
10.
Is that the guy that's Islanders goalie right now?
No, that was the Toronto Maple Leafs and Montreal Canadiens, Jonas Höglund.
Thank you. I had to remember my guy. Yeah, 10.
Every time I think of that name, I always think of Mr. October, Brian Savage. And that's not the Mr. October like in baseball. That is the guy who starts the season hot and then tails off every year.
No, it's like Mr. May for Dave Winfield.
Yeah.
Calle Johansson.
That's actually a good one.
Anthony's put on some good ones.
That's actually a good one. I have 6 open, right? I have 1, 2,
6, 7, 9.
You know what? Anthony got 3 open, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go all the way up to 3 for him.
That's smart. I think I'm going to go 2.
Yeah.
Just because I think that Anthony's got some scrub coming. He's got someone coming.
Alexander Steen.
He ain't got a scrub coming right now.
Oh, man. What's the highest I have open aside from 1?
1. 6, 7, 9.
6 for Steen. That's actually not too bad either.
Anthony, I already got 3. Do I have 4 open? Nope. I don't.
Calle Johansson was one of the better defensive defensemen among Swedish defensemen too.
He was underrated in that really great Capitals defensive core.
You have 1, 2, 7, 9.
I'm gonna go 2. Alexander Steen.
Like he went from Buffalo to Washington, and then in Washington, he had a couple of 50-point years in Washington early on, was a 40-point guy in 93 and 94, and then he never hit 40 again, but he played great defensive hockey. I would say from the time he got to Washington until the end of his career, he was a solid solid defenseman. And then 98 averaged almost 25 minutes a game. He was a guy who consistently averaged well over 20 minutes a game until his final year in Toronto.
Bobby Nystrom.
Hold on.
Swedish born.
Hold on. Swedishness in question here.
Born there.
Yeah, he was born in Stockholm. Wasn't he raised in Canada, though? Yeah, he was raised in Canada. He played Calgary Centennials.
Bobby Nystrom is a damn good player. I think I have to slot him at 7, though, because I don't think he's got the numbers to justify him going all the way up to 1.
Yeah, there's no way I can put him at 1.
Yeah, and he's got the Stanley Cups.
He's got some 50-point seasons, but that was back at a time where scoring was extremely high.
Yeah.
So for 50 points back then would probably be like 35 to 40, like maybe even less in future years. So he was like a middle 6 guy for the Islanders. He wasn't but some of his playoff runs were very, very good. That 1980 playoff run, man. He had 18 points in 20 games, including the Stanley Cup winning goal. Like,
yeah,
that's really good.
You got 1, 7, or 9?
I'm gonna go 9.
Mats Lindgren.
Yep, I knew someone was coming. So I have to go 7 here.
Yeah.
And I got 9.
He's got some big time scrub coming right now. Watch. Watch.
Johan Garplanov.
Not a big time scrub, but not nearly as good as the other players that
you guys both have him at 1 by default.
By default.
Yeah.
I knew he had something going. He mixed in just enough skill guys. I mean, Garplanov had some good seasons, though. Like the 93 San Jose Sharks, 22 goals, 66 points. 94, he was a part of the Avs line, where he wasn't Russian, but people somehow thought he was. 18 goals and 53 points. 96 Panthers, 23 goals, 51 points. And then after that, his production went off big time. But he was drafted. He was drafted in 86. He didn't come over until 1990-91, which was actually, funny enough, Sergei Fedorov's rookie year. And Fedorov didn't even win the Calder because at Belfort, I think
ridiculous.
He was the first goalie to win the Calder on the Vezinans. No, sorry. Barrasso did in 84. Barrasso in 84 won the Calder on the Vezina senior year. And I think
Dryden didn't do it?
First. What?
Dryden didn't do it? Because he won the Conn Smythe and then the Calder.
I know he won the Conn Smythe before he won.
But he didn't get the Vezina that year?
Hold on. Did Dryden do it? No, he didn't. He finished as the runner-up in 72 to Bobby Orr, I believe.
No, he won the Calder.
No, but he didn't win the Hart. No, he didn't win the Vezina.
He didn't win the Vezina. That's it.
Yeah, he was the runner-up to Bobby Orr in 72, and he didn't win the Vezina in 72. He won his first Vezina in 73.
And 71-72, if I recall that one correctly, Phil, was that nope, that was Tony Esposito.
What?
That was Tony Esposito and Gary Smith. Jacquemin and Villemure were the guys I was thinking of for 71-72, but they did it the year before. All right, Phil, you had blind rankings?
I was going to think of one. I'm sorry. I was distracted with Anthony's.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Might not on the schedule tonight. Only 3 games, I think.
What was that, Anthony? 1 game on the schedule tonight? You said?
3.
3 games. Do you have any bets you throw out there today?
No, not today.
Mm.
As far as the Red Wings are 5, I didn't realize the Red Wings are 5-1.
Yep. See, now this would be a good one. We should get this. And
I've got one brewing right now. I'm working on it. I've got one for you guys. I got one for you.
Todd seeing the man's best friend. Frank is asking right here. Good afternoon. Do you think they're going to call off somebody with a lack of scoring? I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to stay the course. And this is where the danger is of saying, oh, you're number 2 in this, which is, I think they were top 5 in high danger chances. But again, or Vinny Trocheck is out. That's the reason why they're not winning. Well, come up with other reasons. What I will tell you.
Yeah, I mean, plus who are they going to call up? I mean, because they're not. Perot's likely not ready, so there's no one else they could really call up that's going to give them a jolt of scoring a lot of goals. So
yeah,
I mean, Berard will help with team speed and everything, but he's not just going to get called up and just start scoring a ton. So
no, I do think he would help that third line out, though.
He would, yeah.
I think if you have him with Laba and whoever, I think that's a faster wrestling blind rankings. That's actually a good one. We'll do that one day. I think Anthony and I would really be the ones that would really be doing it smart.
Yeah, I'm completely in the dark when it comes to wrestling.
I would have the gobbledygooper on the
you definitely would. You know who played the gobbledygooker?
Owen Hart?
Nope. Famous brother who died.
Famous brother who died.
So I'm still thinking that's Owen Hart, but
nope.
Bret Hart?
No.
British Bulldog?
No. British Bulldog did not have a brother in wrestling.
Oh.
Well, he had brothers-in-law in wrestling, but yeah, that is true. I guess British Bulldog could fall under that, but no, it's not him. The other clue I could give you would probably be somewhat obscure, but some old school wrestling fans might know it. It's not Scott Steiner, Frank. It's not Owen. It's not. It's not Owen Hart. Nobody has nothing to do with the Harts. Different family. Yes, it is Hector Guerrero.
All right, how about that?
Older brother played the gobbledygooker. He played Lasertron in NWA or WCW back then in the 80s. It was Hector Guerrero. It was Eddie's older brother. Hector Jr.
The guy that gets it is our official wrestler.
Yeah, that was who it was. I'm still working on mine. I'm not going to tell you the titles because I don't want to even give you time for that. I want to have you guys just comment in the dark and just have to think of some of these answers or where you would place them.
If anyone didn't see it, look up my little Pixar thing that was on Instagram. The Mom, what's it like to see a team score in their home arena? I don't know, honey. We're Ranger fans. actually did well. Yeah, 1,200 views. For anybody that hasn't seen it. Which makes me think about actually trying to get more animation stuff going. I think one of the things we're going to watch pretty soon.
This actually happened. Undertaker was afraid that Vince was going to hire him to be the gobbledygooker. And we all know how that ended up. He was not the gobbledygooker.
Mm. Big Apple hentai.
Please, no. No, no, no. Yes, he thought he was going to be the one coming out of the egg. Yeah.
All right, we're going to be wrapping this up soon. So,
I've got some coming.
See, I did pitch to Filk about an idea of a Filk wrestling channel, but working on other stuff. Trying to get this one to be successful first. We have more time then. Speaking about which, that was an episode of The Twilight Zone I watched last night. I introduced my wife to some old episodes of The Twilight Zone. Obviously, Nightmare at 20,000 feet. But I also watched the one with Burgess Meredith.
Finally, rest in peace, Burgess Meredith. You're a bum, Rock.
Yeah. You gotta eat what? Yeah. You want to know? I'll tell you why.
You're gonna eat thunder and you're gonna crap lightning.
But before that, when he's like, you could have been something special. Instead, you became a leg breaker. Is this a living? It's a waste of a living. Although I just found out that the same guy that beat up according to what my brother just sent me, same guy that beat up Indiana Jones in Raiders of the Lost Ark and got killed by the propeller is the same guy that was Poseidon in Clash of the Titans.
Oh, that's crazy.
The original one, not the BS Sam Worthington one.
Yeah.
Firestorm said this one earlier, by the way. Here's a random question. Do you think Adam Herman saying a fully healthy Jack Hughes is the number 3 player in the league behind McDavid and McKinnon? Let me be very clear with this. No. And
I don't have him ahead of Nikita Kucherov.
I don't have him ahead of Austin Matthews.
I don't have him ahead of Austin Matthews. I don't have him ahead of Jack Eichel. I don't have him ahead of Mitch Marner. If Marner's giving me 102 points and Selke caliber defense on the wing, there is no way I'm putting Jack Hughes ahead of him. Sorry.
Anthony, would a healthy Jack Hughes to you be the 3rd best? No. I think your answer is no on that one too. A quick no.
No.
But then, look.
I don't have him ahead of Draisaitl. There's no way I have him ahead of Draisaitl.
Yeah, let me just say there's certain opinions.
Draisaitl will be next, my opinion.
You have Draisaitl, you have Kucherov, you have Matthews.
How about a fully healthy Barkov? Which one are you taking?
Barkov? I'm taking Barkov over him. I mean, I think a fully healthy Matthew Tkachuk is a better player too.
Yeah.
Fully healthy Matthew Tkachuk had 2 100-point seasons in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but he's won 2 Stanley Cups, and he plays the exact way you need to play in the playoffs. Yeah, Lonnie, I already said Eichel. I'm taking a 90-point Selke caliber player over Jack Hughes. Sorry, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, Phil, you got this ranking?
I think I'm taking Makar over him too.
Yeah.
I am almost done. Give me how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 2 more. 2 more. Just give me 1 second. I think I've got somebody in mind.
Okay. But I mean, again, first off, by the way, the key fully healthy has to be in there. You got to mention that. I mean,
yeah.
You had a debate a few years ago. It's over now because he decided to end it, but
it's over now.
Pedersen or Hughes. Pedersen's over 100 points in the season. I'm not sure if he's going to get 100 points the rest of his career the way he's playing. Relatively speaking, everybody. I know metaphorically.
I think saying Nugent Hopkins over Hughes is a little too far, though. I mean, there's no way I'm taking Nugent Hopkins over Jack Hughes. Jack Hughes is a much better player.
No. Yeah, I'm not taking Nugent Hopkins over Hughes. No way. No way. He had that 1 year, and that was it.
Yeah.
He hasn't come close to that otherwise. And he was playing with McDavid for a big part of that year. Need one more.
He's healthy now, Todd. I'm not sure if he's going to be healthy.
Can't really use him.
It's just, and again, I wish all the best for Jack. That's a question he has to prove to everyone else. And I know that he's kind of rolling his eyes when it comes to that. But we kind of need to get more Jack Hughes out there because you need him to get to the point where he's rolling his eyes saying, I think we're on a 9-game heater right now, so we're playing pretty good. Like, Jack Hughes could be a fun press conference.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. All right. I got it. All right. We are ready. The topic is going to be biggest one-year wonders. Now, there are a couple guys who had like okay seasons but these guys just one big year. Just want to make sure I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 10. Okay, cool. Yeah, so a couple of these guys may have had like 1 or 2 okay years outside of their big years, but they're known for one big year.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to start with Scott Young's 2000-2001 season. 40 goals, 70 points.
I'm going to go with 8.
Okay, Mark's at 8.
I mean, am I still ranking these players as a whole in their career?
No, we're talking about the season itself.
The season itself? Oh, okay. Scott Young was still a pretty good player, so that year alone was too ridiculous. It's not like a Jim Carrey kind of thing. So, yeah, I'll put Young at 8 as well, actually.
Okay. Sorry, I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
Nikolai Borshevsky, 1992-93.
How many goals did he have that year?
30. I think it was a 30-goal, 70-point season.
Put that at 3.
He never cracked 20 ever again, right?
No, he was real, like, so 34 goals, 74 points, and then his next year in 94, he had 14 goals and 34 points in 45 games. And then after that was just.
I'm gonna go. You know what? I'll go 4 on that. I think this is gonna be 3 more.
So, Anthony, what was yours again?
3.
Anthony said 3, yeah.
Mark, you're saying 4?
I'll go 4.
Okay.
There's an answer I have in my head for number 1, and I wonder if you're gonna give me that list. Guy on this list.
Jim Carrey, 95-96.
You know what? I'm going to go all the way to 1 on that.
I'm going to call the audible. I'm going to go number 1. Even though the year before he was really good and won rookie, he did win Rookie of the Year.
Yep,
but
he won it over Forsberg.
Yeah. Oh, he did win.
No. Sorry, he lost it to Forsberg.
He lost it to Forsberg. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That wasn't the guy I was thinking of, Anthony.
Hakan Lube, 1987-88.
I had a feeling he was going to be on this, actually. So I have 1, 3, and 9. Or 8.
No, you don't have 1 anymore, Anthony. You just used.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
No, he's doing what he's got so far.
Oh, okay.
Did I use 8 or 9? Which one was it?
You used 8 for Scott Young. So
right,
you've used 1, 3, and 8.
All right. So Lube I'll put at 4.
Okay.
Phil, what do I have open in the top 5?
You have used 1, 4, and 8.
I'll put Hakan Lube at 5. I still have a feeling there's a name I'm going to hear.
Zarly Zalatsky, 92-93.
Zalatsky's 1, 3, 4. I'll go 6 on Filkowski.
Okay. Anthony's locked in for 6.
Yeah, I'll go 6 too.
Okay. 6. Anthony 6. Dmitry Karvoltanov, 92-93.
And he had a 30-goal season.
30 goals and 70 points, I believe.
Yeah. But that was like everybody on the Bruins had huge years that year. I think Joey Juneau.
Joey Juneau was a rookie 100-point player.
Yeah.
He finished second in rookie scoring, only behind Teemu Selanne.
Yeah, and he had no hope of winning it.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna go 2.
You're gonna go 2, Anthony?
Yeah, I'll go. Did I say 3 yet?
Hold on. Let me go. Anthony is 2. Mark, you have not used 3.
All right, I'll use 3 because after that season, I think he was out of the league. So it was either that season or he played one more season.
Okay. David Clarkson, 2011-2012.
He's a guy that everybody kind of thought it might have had some talent, but never showed it. I don't think I have 6 available, right?
You do have 6 available.
I'm going to go with 6.
Yeah.
Oh, Anthony's not there.
Oh, he's not there. Okay. Well, we'll wait for him.
I was on another screen for a second. I mean, Lube, because I had to look up his stats for a second. Lube scored 50. See, by the way, Setaguchi is not the guy that I'm looking at. It's not Setaguchi. I'll give you a hint. There's more vowels in the other guy's name.
Chichu.
Yeah, that I'm waiting on that one. Although, by the way, Todd's got a good one right here. Taylor Hall.
No, not a one-season wonder.
No. This has been one of those videos I wanted you to make for a while.
He won a Hart Trophy, but he had another 80-point season on top of that at Edmonton.
He is like the definition to me of empty calories. Like, just whatever. You could have told me he had like 300 points. I wouldn't have even known. For me, one of the big highlights of his career or ever that I had watched at Taylor Hall was when he was in juniors and Travis Hamonic just leveled him.
Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine going, that's a guy, he just leveled Taylor Hall, man. I like it how neither one of us knew where the hell Anthony went.
Yeah, I have no clue. Taro Tsujimoto.
Yeah, Clark's got that big contract after that 30-goal season.
So Peter Bow wrote today for The Athletic. Mike Sullivan is laying into the top power play unit a bit at practice today. He just yelled at them, "What the fuck was that?" after a poor rep.
The thing I'll go back to on this, and this is why you need a guy like Mike Sullivan. But the thing is, you also need players that are going to play for him, and that's not Mika Zibanejad or Artemi Panarin. They got to have like those guys to be like, they got to be coddled, and that's why it's like nope. And if it sounds like I'm ripping Artemi Panarin, yeah, because his time in New York should end. And that's where I go back to. Right now, 3:42 on the clock right here. It's 4 o'clock Eastern time. Everybody that's staying with us this long. Phil, why don't I see if I can finish this list for you? Because I don't know
All
how
right,
much
yeah,
longer
because I don't know what Anthony is doing.
Yeah. They said the dogs were barking.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but there are guys that are way too talented that don't buy in. Oh, Anthony's back.
Oh, yeah, Dave. All right, so Anthony, it was David Clarkson 2011, 2012 was the next one.
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8 all used. So what do I have? 5, 7, 9, 10. Is that right?
Yeah, 5, 7, 9, and 10. Yeah.
I'll go 7. Clarkson.
Pat Falloon didn't live up to expectations, but he didn't have that big season everybody thought he was going to have.
John Druce, 1990-91. Oh, 20-goal, 50-point season.
10. When it comes to John Druce, everybody thinks about him as that big playoff year.
Yeah, against the Rangers where he had like 7 goals in that one playoff series.
I thought it was even 9.
I think it was 7. I don't think it was 9. Could be wrong, but I don't think it was that much. I thought it was like I think that was a 6-game series.
I'll go 9.
9, okay.
So I just have 5 and 10. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Chris Kontos, 1992-1993.
Oh, hopefully the last guy's not really. I'll do 5.
See, if I recall correctly, Chris Kontos, who I believe was drafted at 82 by the Rangers.
He was.
Okay, because I had him listed under the worst draft picks in Rangers history.
He was a first-round draft pick.
So, what do I have left, Phil? I got 9 and...
He was also the guy who scored the first goal in Tampa Bay Lightning history.
Correct.
Against Chicago in Tampa.
I think I got 9 and 2 remaining, right?
Yes.
All right. I'll go 2 because I have a feeling you're not going to ask who I think you're going to ask.
And you would be right. I'm not going to ask about that guy. Nikolai Kulemin, 2010, 2011.
Oh, wait, Anthony, did you go Chris Kontos?
Yeah, I said.
Yeah, he said 5.
Okay, Nikolai Kulemin.
So, I mean,
so Nikolai Kulemin's my 9.
10 for me. I mean, Kuhlman.
You guys didn't do too bad on this list, actually.
Yeah, Kuhlman had a pretty good career. Had a decent career, other than that year. So I'm fine with it.
I should have probably went for the careers because that would have changed things up a bit. But yeah, because going on the one season alone actually probably hurt me more than anything.
Well, I think one thing you also have to think about when you do the one-hit wonders is the comparison for the rest of their careers.
That's what I'm saying. If I would have went the rest of the careers, I think you guys probably would have had a little tougher time.
Like, is there a more one-hit wonder guy than Jonathan Cheechoo? I mean, Troy Murray winning the Selke with what? Is he 100 points?
Who?
What?
You said Troy Murray winning the Selke with 100 points?
99.
99, okay.
It was 1986. He was playing with Dennis Savard.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's got something to do with that. This is a list I want to make, Phil. I want to make this list, and I want to make this video on this one. I know I gave you a couple of different ones on ideas.
Which one?
I write scripts for.
What? Greatest one-season wonders?
Greatest one-season wonders.
I thought you were going to give Jake the 06-07 Jason Blake year.
See, I thought about that one too, Anthony. Because he scored, 33 and never scored 20 after that?
No, it was 40 he had that
40.
year.
At 40, that's
40 in 06-07.
Yeah.
And then he signed that deal with Toronto right after that season, and then that deal with Toronto did not work out for them.
Yeah. Now, by the way,
you guys had Scott Young at 8. I thought I had you guys going when I had you guys with Scott Young at 8. Oh, man. I was like, oh, this is good. They started off the right way that I wanted you guys to start off.
I thought Young was even side that year. He was a pretty damn good player. That's why I put that at 8 because I'm like,
yeah, and I still had him less on that because I think I was just underrating what we were in for. And I think I just thought he was a good player. That was a big year, but that was just what it was. It was a big year. It wasn't like so much the outlier year.
Yeah, I mean, he still.
You know what would have been good for this too, which even surprised you, Phil, when we told you that. But Adam Creighton, when he scored 34 goals, you're like, oh, I didn't know 34 goals, 70 points. That would have been a good.
Yeah.
How about this one?
A good one
too.
I love this
Anthony
one, Andrew Hammond.
What? What do you say, Mark?
I love this one, Andrew Hammond.
Oh, the Hamburglar.
Yeah.
That wasn't so much a year rather than like a month.
Run. The Rangers ended his run too.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. So I was watching that game that night, and my friend Dan, who took me to the Ranger Edmonton game last week, he texts me earlier on that day. He's like, I got a feeling Tanner Glass goal coming tonight. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Andrew Hammond, the guy is one of the hottest goaltenders in the NHL right now. Tanner Glass comes out of the penalty box and gets a pass for a breakaway, nobody with him, and scores that goal. And then Andrew Hammond got injured and left that game, and he was never the same after that.
We'll look into this book, The Outlier by Brianna Ely. Very good book.
What's it about?
That's awesome.
Yeah, what's it about? What's it about, D?
It's about Mark Williams' gas.
Gas or gas? Because I supplied a lot of them. So
let's not talk about that other one.
Oh yeah.
I don't think Maria would want to talk about that other one either.
No. It's one of the bad traits on me. One of the reasons why my stock is always so low.
Yeah, he called it. I honestly, I would have never believed this if he didn't text me himself. I would have never believed that he would have called it if it wasn't me.
Well, by the way, DraftKings did exist back then. It was just daily fantasy. The one that I would have tried if that existed was when Tanner Glass had the game-winning goal and the only goal of the game.
So I think I might like that then.
All right, nice.
Yeah, I like Stranger Things. I'm waiting for the final season. I wonder how different they're all going to look now that they're kind of like grown up. I wonder how many years ahead.
Lots of it.
Thing is,
by the way,
because Millie Bobby Brown is now married to John Bon Jovi's son.
Yeah.
All of them are all. Yeah, Tony McKegney is a very good one. That's another good one-year wonder. I was considering German Titov and his 67-point year in Calgary.
Yeah.
There were some other players that I considered. I'd
love to for us to get that list together.
I was going to consider Joey Juneau, but his 93-94 season was also a point per game. So he really kind of falls under that two-hit wonder like category.
Yeah, but I mean, I know somebody said before, Chichu's a two-hit wonder. No, Chichu's a one-hit wonder. I know he had 38, I think was the next season, but 50 goals, that's a hit.
Yeah,
that's the number one hit.
Chichu you could put there. He had 37 the next year at 69 points. That's nowhere near that 05-06 season. And he was gone after 2009-2010. His skating was just not good enough. Thornton could only hold him up for so long.
And then look what happened. They dealt him, got back Danny Heatley. He was in the Danny Heatley trade. I think Chichu was in the Danny Heatley trade. Setaguchi was in the Burns trade. That's where I messed up.
Yeah, Setaguchi was Brent Burns years later.
You get Danny Heatley back for him. Setaguchi has a great year, I believe, with Thornton. I don't think they put Heatley with Thornton right away. They would make the monster line of Heatley.
You know what's funny? Berard won the Calder and had nearly 50 points, but his 2003-2004 season in Chicago is actually better.
And that's after the injury.
That's well after the injury. That's well into the comeback.
Yeah.
Like, he had 47 points in only 58 games with 13 goals. So the 47 points was one off his career high. The 13 goals was one off his career high. And if you do the numbers for that season, that comes out to, I believe, 47 and 58, 66 points over 82 games. And hold on. Shit. And 18 goals. So 18 goals and 66 points over 82 games. Like that's definitely his best year. And those are the only 2 years that he got Norris votes. He was 11th in 97, and he was 17th in 2004.
The fact that he had any comeback and
phenomenal.
The fact that it usually, by the way, in moments like what happened with Berard, was the guy that got injured doesn't have much of a career, but the guy that injures him also is so racked with guilt for the rest of his career. And there's the story of Marian Hossa sitting next to Brian Berard in his hospital bed, and he just said, "Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be all right. And go out. This isn't your fault." And Hossa then obviously went on to go have a longer career, but I mean, it's rough to think about in general, but the fact that Berard was able to even mount the comeback, and that year, didn't the Rangers have like 3 guys that could have been on the Masterton list that year? Berard, I think he was the same year as Daig as a Ranger. I think there was one more.
No, Daig was 02-03, I believe.
I remember.
Yeah, Daig was 02-03 because he was on the Minnesota team that went to the Western Conference Finals. Yeah, it was 02-03. No, it was. You're right. It was 03-04. He had his 20 goals and 51 points. They missed the play. I think they missed the playoffs that year.
You had Zdeno Seeger on the team. You had Theo Fleury going through his troubles. Eric Lindros.
In 03-04 now.
And 02-03. It was just 02-03.
02-03 wasn't the Berard year.
02-03 is the Berard year. I'm looking right at him on the roster.
No, it's not. It's 03-04.
Phil, Hockey Reference has him as 02-03.
For what?
01-02.
For what?
Brian Berard, 01-02, New York Rangers, 2 goals, 21 assists, 23 points.
What do you... No, I'm not talking about that year. I'm talking about his 03-04 year.
Yeah, you're talking about his year. Yeah, but I was talking about the year when he was on the Rangers.
Oh, yeah. When he was on the Rangers was 01-02. I wasn't talking about that.
Okay, so that's where we had the miscommunication.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking about that.
Yeah,
he should have been up for the... Well, you're right. He should have been up for the Masterton in 01-02. But, I mean, are you going to put Theo Fleury... Theo Fleury played a full year that year, but he was dealing with some shit. I don't know if they would have... Because he was still dealing with it. I don't think he would have... No. And then Lindros had a great year, but he came back from it was a contract holdout. He held out of the 2001 season because of the contract. The concussions were resolved by that. It was the holdout and the verbal jabs between him and Bobby Clark for the better part of 2 years.
Yeah.
Really, yeah.
And that was Lindros' last really good year because he had 37 goals that year.
Yeah, he had 50 points the year after playing with like Bobby Holik and Matt Barnaby.
Yeah.
He was not the same player. But the problem was that they didn't have wing depth. Pavel Bure got hurt early in the 02-03 season. He missed most of that season. Brian Leach broke his ankle blocking a shot against Buffalo, and that led to Tom Pody making the All-Star game. Mike Richter was...
By the way, that wasn't the same year that he broke his arm with Tampa, right? Versus Tampa?
Who?
Leach?
No, I don't think he broke his arm against Tampa that year. I remember the ankle.
There's the one that he broke his arm against Tampa that they're like, he didn't handle the puck. And they asked him, hey, did you break your arm blocking that shot? Yeah.
The talent ranking would probably have Daig at 1. Daig was... His story is sad. I would watch the special on him, but his story was sad. He was just not in the right place mentally ever. He was under a lot of pressure in Ottawa. There was a lot of anxiety, a lot of outside elements that really just wasn't having fun playing.
Yeah. But guys, that's going to do it for us this week. We did a 4-hour stream. We went for it this week. So everybody, thank you very much. We got more news breaking. We'll be back on, but this was a fun stream today. I wasn't sure if we're going to have as much to talk about, but we did.
Yeah.
So,
I did not hear it was a chair. I heard he knocked him out. I already cold cocked him.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. I didn't hear it was a chair. I heard Rod the Bot absolutely bust him up. But it wasn't with a chair. It was with his bare hands. I could be wrong about that, but that's what's gone around from what I've heard.
This is a summary for the book, by the way, in case if anybody hasn't checked it out.
Anyone who is into wrestling, big news. Tony Khan of AEW said that they're not renewing Chris Jericho's contract. Basically thanked him for everything he's done for AEW, and they're going to be moving on from him, which I'm kind of shocked because I think Chris Jericho still has a lot to contribute in a behind-the-scenes or on-air commentary capacity. I think he's brilliant on commentary, but there's been rumors that he's going to make a return to WWE. I don't know what he'll be doing, but...
How old is he now?
Jericho is in his mid-50s.
Oof. That's a lot to ask for. By the way, Fernando Pisani, is he the one that had Crohn's disease?
Yes, I believe it was. I believe it's either Crohn's or IBS, one of the two.
It was one of those two, yeah.
Yeah. Fernando Pisani was, but he wasn't like, all right, so it's funny. Fernando Pisani, he had that 18-goal, 37-point season in Edmonton with 2006. But the 03-04 season, he had 16 goals and 30 points in 76 games. So he would have had a year just like that. If anything, it's the playoff run that people remember because he had 14 goals and 18 points in 24 games. He led the Oilers in playoff goals.
Yeah.
He was third in points behind Pronger and Horkoff. But he led them in goals by a wide margin. The second highest goal scorers on that team were Ryan Smith and Sean Horkoff with 7 apiece. He doubled their output.
Yeah, and I would love to do that. Put up Back in the New York Groove for Ace.
Yeah, rest in peace, Ace Frehley. That's sad.
Because I'm back in the New York Groove. All right, everybody. We're going to cut out right here. Take it easy. We will see you next week.